Well, good afternoon, gents. Good afternoon to Slim. Good afternoon to Brainfillout. Welcome back to VP4 TV here on Virtual Pool 4 Online. We're back for a round 4 match, I think it is. And it's between Cobra and Zangetsu in this year's VP4 2022 Black Ball World Championship, race to 13, and it starts at the top of the hour. Well, I actually had to rush home. I thought I'd be home earlier than this, so I've barely had anything to eat. And I've also found out that there is another match scheduled in 2 hours' time after 3 o'clock, and I need to go and get my dinner. I've got to get food. I'm just reading the chat. Well, I was winding Cobra up yesterday afternoon. Cobra was in the Black Ball tournament, and I don't know whether it was just the two of them that were in it, but I joined the room and it was Cobra playing Zangetsu in the Black Ball tournament. I think it was a race to 5, and Zangetsu was getting 2 racks, and he beat Cobra, I think 5-3 or 4-3. I think it was a race to 5, and so I was winding Cobra up, saying that's the psychological advantage to Zangetsu for today's match. Well, we'll see what happens. There has been some things happening. Tornado Tam won his match yesterday morning when I was at work on the one-loss side. He won against... who the hell was he playing? Was it Dirties? I think it was Dirties he was playing. No, sorry, it was Charlie Bravo. So Tornado Tam won that match. However, he's got through to the next round, and he knows he was going to be playing semi-pro, and he's probably forfeited for whatever reasons, I don't know. So it just looks to me that people are bottling out. That's the way it looks. So it does. Back to the event page to have a quick look, because we have this schedule updated, the Cobra match with Zangetsu to follow. And then we have a match that's been arranged on the one-loss side at 5 PM this afternoon between Potman and markshark. The match between Snake Eyes and Stub, Real Poland Power, has been arranged for Tuesday at 4 PM in the afternoon. Now, that's good for me because I will be home. I should be home in time for that one. And then, of course, I've got my 2 days off after that anyway. And then the other match that has been arranged last night, eventually, is the match between Albinario and Larry. And I was getting excited yesterday because Larry said to me, "Is Saturday okay?" I said, "Yeah." In fact, I think it was Friday he said that. And then so I assumed that was yesterday. And then Albinario eventually got it all accepted, and it turned out it's next Saturday. So I was jumping the gun a bit, thinking we're going to have that match yesterday evening, but it's a week yesterday. This match goes ahead at 8 PM British Summer Time. So again, all things going according to plan, I should be there for that one. But this match that we're going to be watching is, yes, it is it's a round 4 match, and of course the winner of this match then goes through to play the winner of Albinario and Larry, and the deadline dates for that match is May the 20th, so that's well on into the month. Hopefully it'll get played sooner than that though. The quicker we get it done, the quicker we get the tournament over. And then of course there's the other thing that can hold the tournament up, which is the one-loss side matches. Tommy's lying in wait for the winner of Stub and Snake Eyes. And then further down, the winner of the Potman markshark match will play semi-pro. And that's basically where we stand. So, we wait now. I don't know. I'm in Discord, so I don't know whether Steve is going to be joining us. Good afternoon to Tommy. Good afternoon to Semi-Pro. Semi-Pro is calling it 13-3. Oh, I think it'll be closer than that. Now, wait a minute, I've got voices. I've got voices coming somewhere. Say that again. Yeah, there's something wrong here. My Discord's set up wrong because you're coming through my speakers and not through my headset. Hold on a minute. Now, where the hell do I do this? Hang on. This would have to happen, and I don't know why it's suddenly... Oh, I know what it is. I updated my graphics driver and that, installed that NVIDIA audio driver. That's probably what's done it. Where are we? Where's the video and audio thing? I can't see it by looking at it. Right, just give me a minute, guys. But they can't hear me anyway because I think I've tabbed out. Video and audio. Right, voice and video, that's what I'm looking for. Right, microphone, I don't want that. That one. Output device. I don't want that one. Right, I think that's it. Right, say something again.
Good afternoon, Hugh.
That's better. I don't know whether Steve's coming in. He said he can't make it for the... what match is it? The match with... Well, he's on Discord, so he may well be coming in. He wasn't 100% sure whether he could get here today. We'll soon find out. We're up and running waiting for it.
The guys are saying, Hugh, the guys are saying in the chat that you have listed Abonario Larry instead of Zangetsu.
Whereabouts?
At the bottom of the stream window.
Oh, I never got to change it. No, wait a minute. Hang on a minute. It's Cobra Zangetsu that's playing this afternoon, isn't it? What bit have I done wrong?
It says at the bottom of the window where the advertisement is, it says Abonario Larry, which you thought was going to be yesterday afternoon, and you never changed it to today's match.
I can't see where I've done this wrong. I'm looking at my display, and it shows the actual on-screen display. The thing that the guys are watching in the stream says Cobra and Zangetsu. What bit have I done wrong? I can't see it, Rob.
Huh. Okay. Let's see who set it up there. Let me look and see.
Wait a minute. On-screen display is fine. Oh, the Twitch thing, right? I never got. That's why I was in a hurry to get home. If it's just the Twitch thing, what time is it? Just give me a minute.
Good morning, Hugh. Hey, Rob.
Yeah, you guys talk amongst yourselves just now because I'm busy doing something.
Well, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'll be back in a few.
Right, hang on. Yeah, I set that last night. That's what it was. I understand it now. I'll see if we can get that done. Right, I've changed. I don't think YouTube will be changed. YouTube will still be saying the same as well, but I think I've changed it on Twitch. Not that it matters. We know what we're watching. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I thought I was going to be home in time to get all this done, but I ended up being held up at work. So that's why I'm a bit late getting things organised. Right, so what time are we at? We're about a minute away, 30 seconds away from the room going up. Yeah. Oh, a Sharky's arrived. Right.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
That's especially for Sharky. You sound a bit rough, Robbie. You've been gargling barbed wire.
I feel like it.
Yeah, you certainly sound like it. Right, that room's got to be up now.
Yeah, my old throat's a little scratchy and dry. Has been for a couple of days.
Right, so we're in the room. The cloth's green. Will we switch it to blue today just to annoy people? If we can get it done. Hang on a minute. Miscellaneous. Anyway, welcome to everybody. Welcome to Wit and anybody else that I've mentioned, or missed, I should say, that I haven't mentioned. Well, you know what I mean. So, for any latecomers, we have a second match this afternoon, which I'm loath to actually stream because I need to get food. I don't want to get a late dinner and then having to go to bed on a full stomach. Anyway, here we go with the lag. Cobra at the bottom of the screen. Zangetsu at the top. Zangetsu, I think, is falling asleep. Yeah, he's not hit the ball on my screen anyway. But
mine either.
Some weird things happen. Zangetsu's won the lag. Oh, right, wait a minute. Cobra couldn't move. Right. So that's the first weird thing that's happened today. Well, hopefully Cobra can move once he gets to the table. Zangetsu's had a ball in the break. Now it's his choice. The other match is markshark and Potman, which should be quite a good game. But you guys might have to watch it on your own because I really have to get something to eat.
Well, what do you think of this match, you?
Well, I said that before you arrived, Steve, I was winding Cobra up yesterday afternoon because I sneaked into the tournament room that was on at the time, and it was a black ball tournament that was on in the middle of the afternoon. And lo and behold, it was Cobra versus Zangetsu. Now, it has to be said, Zangetsu was getting 2 racks. I think it was a race to 5. And Zangetsu beat him 5-3, so I naturally typed into the lobby after the match was over. I said that Zangetsu got the psychological advantage for tomorrow, to which Cobra promptly said no.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Cobra's got to be the favorite in this, but you know, Zangetsu's got a chance. I mean, I don't think he, you know, executes quite as well as Cobra, but his execution's good, and he has a lot of black ball experience. So if he can play smart strategies, he's got a chance to win this. Thing about a race to 13 is, you know, it's a lot more telling than a short race.
Well, I noticed. I was mentioning also that Tornado Tam got through his one-loss side match yesterday morning, and then now that he's playing semi-pro in the next round of the one-loss side, he's bailed out.
Really?
Yeah, can't stand the heat.
Well, I mean, my attitude's always been, you want to play the best players because that's, how you're going to get better is getting those situations where you don't get a lot of chances. And I've done that a lot in real life. I've played tons of champions, a lot of top players, and, I've learned a lot. I've gotten better. I've had some real failures. Lee Van Corteza beat me 9-0. It's the only time I can ever remember getting blanked in a match ever. And most of it was me. I just couldn't play. I was pretty nervous at that point. I hadn't played a lot of those guys. And, I can't, I just don't get bailing out when you got a chance to play somebody, that's really strong. That's why you play, is to play those guys.
No, I didn't notice. I didn't notice how what happened to Zangetsu there. But anyway, Cobra ended up winning the rack. Did Zangetsu get a shot?
No.
Yeah. Well, the good news is it's not going to be 2-0 right off the bat here, because I don't think Cobra's going to be able to run this table out.
Well,
I'm not saying it can't happen, but this is a tough table.
I tend to agree with you, semi-pro. From that point of view, if you know that you win your match against a player and then you're going to be playing somebody that you maybe don't want to face up to, whatever the reasons are, it might be other genuine reasons, but the guy that's lost out in the previous round, he's been hard done by. Okay, get beat, but he might be more than willing to play semi-pro in the next round.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's really the player. I mean, Tam really needs to do that because, he's the one that could control that. I mean, he could have forfeited the match, or they could have played it, and he could have said, hey, DQ me or change the match so he goes through. I mean, I've done that. I remember I had a time where I had a friend that, we played the match and I won, and I said to him, I'm just not really feeling it today. I'm tired. I said, you go through and give me 20% if you win something, and I let him go.
Well, it's the deadline for the match with semi-pro is the 7th, is next Saturday. So I'll probably see Tam on my day off, on either of my days off, and unless he comes into the stream, unless he's watching, I'll find out what the reason is. Anyway, Zangetsu looking to respond, but he's going to be hard done by to get that done where the 8-ball's sitting.
Yeah, I think he needs to just position this red in front of the pocket. And that's what he did. That was a smart move. So that's one thing about Zangetsu, is he's got some clue of what to do. That was what he needed to do. That gives him a chance to win this game, because he wasn't going to win with the table sitting the way it was unless he got something in front of that pocket.
Wit says that Zangetsu missed a ball and Cobra ran out. Oh, he thought he could play in the 12th. Well, that's beyond the deadline date, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no matter what we do, there's always some sort of issue with deadlines. I mean, obviously, the more time we give, the better it is, but that also, could make it so that, one person can hold the whole tournament up by not wanting to play for a long time. The time limit was raised. We had been doing 8 days and 4 days, and now it's 10 days and 5 days. So we put an extra day in, and that seems to have helped.
Well, it's not a bad safety.
But, if guys go out of town or something like that, not that you can't play while you're out of town. Kind of depends on where you're going. I mean, if you're on a cruise ship or something, it might be tough to get a computer and get a connection and play the match.
Well, I would think most ships have got some form of Wi-Fi system in them. Probably satellite.
Yeah, I would think that they do. I don't know how reliable it is. I know where I go, there's no Wi-Fi, so if it was me, I wouldn't be able to play.
Yeah, there's no human beings where you go, Steve. They're just hairy beasts that want to eat you.
Yeah. But I mean, guys got to try to figure out a way to play, and it's also real important to make your proposal as early as possible. I see guys wait, and
yeah, you're talking about Stubb, aren't you? That's who you're really talking about, Stubb.
Yeah, I am talking about him as one that has done this a lot. But the problem with waiting is that when one guy puts something out there right away, and then you wait 3 days to put something out, is when it comes around to you can't get the match done. That's going to figure into who goes through. The guy that's not being responsive isn't going to be going through.
Yeah. And that reminds me, I need to make a public thank you to Larry and Albinario, because Larry was asking if 9 p.m. on a Saturday would be suitable. I said, well, to be honest with you, no, if I'm going to try and stream it, because that means the match could last, 2 hours, and that would be 11 p.m. and that's a bit late for me getting to my bed. So what they did is they brought it an hour forward, and that'll suit me. I'll manage to get it in. So thank you to Larry and Albinario for doing that. What's asking, where are you going tramping up the mountains? Is it the usual place, the Sierras or whatever it is you call them?
Yeah, I'm going to the Sierras, although, I don't go to the same place all the time.
I've got a question. I've got a question to ask you, Steve, by the way, as well, as regards these leagues. Now, I might have looked at all the text and I might have missed it, but my question is, am I right in saying that anybody can set a league? And therefore, no. Right. So what's the deal with setting a league? You set the league at somebody's request.
Well, we'll set up leagues at times and days that we think people want to play. I mean, right. it's we got to be able to get enough guys in the league, or gals. It's when the league, it's mostly going to be up to the players. When the league is going to be multiple days a week or just one. All those parameters are going to be mostly up to the players.
So, is there going to be some sort of poll in terms of what league's going to be proposed, or leagues plural? I mean, because you can't just go by, two or three guys saying in the lobby, "Oh, we want this league, we want that league." There has to be some sort of democratic way of doing it.
Well, we're probably not going to try to do a one-pocket league. I mean, I don't think we can get enough players. I mean, obviously, 9-ball is the most popular game, so that's, the most suitable. I mean, that's where we'll start. As far as other games, I mean, we can do them. I think we're just going to start with a game we know everybody wants to play and try to get a time that, doesn't conflict. Like I wouldn't do it at the same time as Friday night 9-ball, but try to get it on a day that a lot of people can play. Like something like Saturday is always a good candidate because you can draw from, a lot of people have Saturday off and you can draw from all over the world that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, Cobra's had Zangetsu in trouble. Zangetsu trying to kick it. He's red, misses it.
Well, Zangetsu, he made a play to break the 8 out, which he did. And, he didn't get a shot on his red. If he would have, he probably would have won the game. But it was somewhat of a risky play because it wasn't that predictable. I think, you know, the mistake he made in strategy there is when you're going to take a shot like that, or, you know, he was moving like 3 or 4 yellows at a time, and you're going to hit it really hard like he did. You don't want to wait till there's only one ball left besides the ball you're shooting, because, you know, he ended up being snookered. You want to shoot that shot when you've got maybe 3 other reds out on the table, because you have a much better chance of coming up with a shot. Now, if it's a controlled shot, or, you know, you're pretty sure you can come out with a shot on the one ball, that's not so bad. But the shot he shot wasn't very controlled, and he should have left more reds on the table when he shot that.
Well, Brain Pullout's asked a question about when they're going to start. Well,
there's going to be a test first.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to do a test because it hasn't been tested. I was going to test it on a development server, but I think they're solid enough we can run them on a production server. Hopefully, that's not going to be a mistake. I mean, I'm sure there's bugs in it. There always are, but as long as it doesn't crash the server, we're okay. You know, we can just go through and fix the problems. I've done a tremendous amount of testing myself. I set the software up there so I could automate, you know, running them. So I could, you know, basically play phony ones to process it, and probably ran at least 50 of those. And then I played somewhere, actually played on the clients. And I've done probably 7 or 8 of those. And that sounds like a lot of testing, that it is, but I guarantee you there's still bugs, because that's the way software is. Semi-Pro, did you read the write-up and facts on playing in league? That's what you need to do first. Well, you know, Zangetsu, he needs to get a game here, and you know, he's got a pretty good table. He needs to get. His biggest problem is the one ball he's got that is in a good position to break out. Well, oh God, that was almost perfect. The problem he had there is that one yellow is sitting where he needs to be to get on that red to break out the other red.
Mm-hmm.
I think he needs to go at it right now. He needs to shoot this one that's by itself in the right corner and slide across and run into that yellow red. And you know, he may not come up with a shot, but see that, well, he did get a little angle here. That was really well played, because he needs to slide over here now. He needs to hit this hard and stun over and bump that yellow. And you got to hit it pretty hard, because you got to get some speed for it to run a little after it hits it.
I think it'd be more likely to bump the red.
No, there's room to go. There is room. It's tight, but he could pull this off. Even if he bumps the red just a little bit, if he just brushes it, it's okay.
Yeah.
See, he needed to smoke that. I mean, he needed to hit that really hard, because it was very straight in. That's the only way he's going to get any speed on the cue ball. And he didn't hit that very hard. So now he's in real trouble, because he's in that situation where, you know, he can cut this red in. I mean, this is his only shot. He's got to cut this red in. And the cue ball's running on the line. He can come up with a shot. He can go 3 rails and come back to the center of the table. He's got to avoid that yellow on the end rail. That's the biggest problem there, is that the line is going to take him at that yellow. He may need some luck if he's probably going to hit the yellow, and he may need some luck.
Yeah, this is all or nothing.
Okay. He was able to.
That knuckle helped him.
Well, he drew the cue ball. I think he realized he was going to hit that yellow. That was a very fine play. I mean, that's what you need to do. You need to look and go, okay, it's going to hit this yellow. How can I change it? He almost scratched, but he got away with it.
Right. Without looking at this VP Leagues thing, Steve, this the frequently asked question, but how are the teams picked?
Well, the captain decides who's going to be on his team.
Right, but that's not the question that semi-pro's asking. The
Well,
question.
it's not like you're down at the gymnasium and each captain takes a pick and you start picking players. That's not how it's done. As a captain, you invite players to be on your team.
Yes, but
Okay, hang on, guys. Steve, clarify this to me if I'm right. I play league right now, so I'm familiar with how it works. They're not going to be able to set up a team like he says, semi-pro, Bill, Cobra, all of them can't do that. It's going to have a rating limit to how much rate you can have on each team.
Well, it depends on the league. I mean, that's all configurable, and that's the same way it is in real life. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to set up leagues. There's a lot of different organizations that run leagues. There's a lot of different things done. So, there's APA leagues, BCA leagues, TAP leagues, Valley leagues, and I think there's some other ones too, and that's only in this country. I mean, so there's a lot of different ways to do it. We have some flexibility in how we set them up. Right now we only have one type of league, which is a handicap race as far as the format. But there's a lot of flexibility in other places. So we can do a rating limit. I mean, I would assume that we're going to start off doing that. Doesn't mean we won't run some leagues that are no limit either. But the plan initially is the initial leagues will be run with some sort of rating limit. But, that still doesn't change the fact that the way you get players on the team is the captain invites them.
Yeah, players, and the other thing to consider as well is players like Cobra and Spectre Dawn, they're loners. They're loners. They don't do any teamwork at all. They've never played doubles. They're not interested in doubles, so they'd hardly be likely to be interested in teams. So I think the idea of having, Albinario, Cobra, and Spectre Dawn and all them in the one team is a bit far fetched.
You don't know that, Hugh. I mean, the playing doubles is a lot different than playing on a team, because when you play on a team, you're still playing a singles match, unless it's a doubles league. But
correct.
You're still playing singles matches. So, you're on a team and it's a group thing, but I don't know why those guys don't play doubles. Maybe they don't like playing with some guy that's going to, do stupid things. Who knows?
Well, they're going to have three other guys doing stupid things on the team along with them.
Well, I mean, the whole team thing, especially in a rating limited, is you're going to have some varied skill levels. But the thing is that it is handicapped. Now, there's different ways of doing handicaps in leagues, and that has a lot to do with the format. I actually had written a software initially to have two different types of leagues. One was a handicap race, and the other was kind of a point-based thing. In a point-based thing, the lower level players, they get you a bigger point handicap. In a race, it's going to be a handicap like we do now, either in games or like balls or something. So, just because you're a lower ranked player doesn't mean that you can't contribute and you can't win matches. The other thing is that it's even if you don't win the match, just winning games contributes to your team, because any kind of tiebreaker is done by
number of games, number of matches won.
How many matches were won, and if it's still tied, then it goes to how many games that are won. So, everybody's going to be able to contribute.
But it won't. I mean, this. I think what the guys are building themselves up for is that they're asking, when's this going to start. Obviously, you have to test it.
I mean,
you won't be testing it.
It's ready for testing now.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I
Are
just
you going to be doing that before you go away, though?
yeah. I mean, I just need to update the database and code. I've kind of haven't done that just because I'm trying to pick a good time. I've had a lot of stuff going on, but I need to update things, and then we should be ready to test.
Well,
And
Zangetsu here. Carry on.
the kind of test is going to be, I don't want to sit here and do a test where we play once a week because, I don't want to take that long to test. So it's going to be one of these tests where you just get a few people, probably do like, 2-man teams or something like that, get maybe 3 or 4 teams, and then try to play like, every day or every other day and trying to, and it'll be short. Like normally a league will be like 10, 20 weeks. We'll do like, okay, we're going to play 3 days or 2 days, 3 days, and then we're going to do playoffs, so, which will be, a couple days. So it's not going to be, I mean, we can test the software by not playing what we normally would for a league. We'll do it in a short time period with just, a few matchups. We get 4 teams and we play 2 dates. Because what happens when you play, every player on the team is going to play every player on the other team. So if you have 2-man teams, then you'll play twice. If you have 3-man teams, you're going to play 3 times, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's how the BCA does their 8-ball in a round robin format.
That's a bad one from Zangetsu.
Yeah, well,
he had a good chance there, but he's gone too far. He's left this. I mean, he could still pot this, but
yeah, this isn't that hard. I expect him to make this. The question is he going to come up with a shot? Because that's a little tricky. He needs to go straight back and forth and not hit those 3 balls. And it's doable. It's sitting in a way he can do it. Yeah, he decided he'd go forward and hit that one, and he didn't get away with it.
he can play this off the yellow, though. He can play the little billiard off the yellow into the side. That's the only shot he's got.
He's going to have to hit this with speed, because at this angle for this billiard, he doesn't have to blast it, but this cannot be hit soft. This is going to have to hit with probably a medium fast, a fast pace to get this carom to work, because he can only go forward a little bit. I mean, this is real doable. I think a medium pace will work, and he can control the cue ball there and get a shot on the 8. This shot for somebody that has played a lot of these kind of shots is actually pretty easy. He's at an angle where he has to cut this back a little, which will get him to the rail and let him bounce out for the 8. He got away with that. He's lucky he didn't snooker himself hitting it like that. But, he made the ball. There is some luck involved in billiard games. All cue sports have some amount of luck.
Yeah, he almost pushed that yellow over the pocket.
Well done.
Yeah, and that's something that people don't think about a lot when they're playing a carom is where's that other ball going? But after you lose enough money making that mistake, then you kind of learn and you start thinking about it.
Re-rack.
Well, again, Zangetsu's playing like he needs to as far as trying to win this match.
Yeah, he's got to stay in touch.
Well, I mean, this is a pretty good looking table, but nothing's guaranteed. I mean, I think this one's definitely doable as far as running out. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to take reds. He doesn't have any kind of real easy shot on the yellow, and that one yellow up on the end rail is no good. he can make this red in the corner and let the cue ball drift right down and shoot that one red if he wants. Although that red is blocking the yellow, you may want to keep that for a while.
Yeah, these two that sit at the other end of the table, they're the ones he's got to get down onto.
Yeah, well, and that's an interesting question: is when should I leave a blocker and when should I remove it? Well, the time to remove it is when you're very confident you can run out the table. The time to leave it is when you're not so confident, you're not sure you can, and at that time, you just may say, you know what, I don't have to shoot this right now. I can get to this later. I'm gonna go shoot other balls before I get to it. He's looking like he's gonna end up.
Oh dear.
That was. And see, that's a kind of execution mistake. That's where I think Cobra has an advantage. I don't think Cobra would have done that.
That was Cobra.
Oh, it was Cobra.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I take it back. I'm sorry, Cobra. Well, that was talk about a backhanded insult. That was it there, huh?
Semi-pros get more questions for you, Steve.
Well, again, it's all configurable. Everything that you're asking about is configurable in the league.
So you could have teams of, because you've got teams of X, so that X suggests that it could be 2, 4, 6, 8.
Oh, it doesn't have to be an even number.
3, 6, 9, 12.
It could be whatever, but I will tell you this based on real life. Okay, typically in real life, depending on the league, it's typically anywhere from 2 to.
You've gone, Steve. Steve left the building.
Yep, he did. To iterate on what he was saying in real life, most teams that I play on are an 8-man team to allow for players being sick, life coming up, work, whatever. So there's enough people to cover the match requirements.
Yeah, substitutes, yeah. Steve, has he left Discord? Just give us a wee second.
No, he's still in.
Yeah, he might have just been called away.
Case in point, Friday night when I played League, we have an 8 team. We only had 5 people to play, so everybody that was there had to play.
Yeah, Steve disappeared. He's left the room as well, so something's cropped up.
Oh, he'll probably be back in a little bit.
Anyway, Zangetsu on the yellows, and Cobra's effort at trying to run out has blocked to the red and yellow up top. And I don't think, there's no way Cobra can break that red out, even with the red that's up over the corner pocket, because he's got no way to get to that red off that red. I don't think. All he can do is cut the red in. He can't do anything fancy. He could if he got sort of there. In fact, he'd almost need to be straight, I think. Then he could probably do something and maybe catch the red, but you've got to really get perfectly on the spot to be able to do that.
Yeah, like he's going to have to get over where he can carry them all at one red, get it out, and make the other one.
I know when we're talking about random teams, I know that Parliament could do a program that could automatically pick players. The problem with automatically picking players, you could still end up with a team that's... I see, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's in the team because it's a handicap system anyway. It's like Friday Night 9 Ball from that point of view, that no matter who you play, and what your rating is. If your rating's low enough, you're going to be getting money balls or racks against whoever it is you're playing. So that should, in theory, give everybody a fair chance.
It does matter who's on the team. You get a team of a semi-pro, Cobra, all the guys that are run-out players, they're going to win consistently, even though other players are getting weight
Yeah,
because
well,
they just play that. Most of the time, they're going to make more balls. The other player's going to be, and they are not.
as I say, you could have a random setup where it's done in a separate little program, and then there you have your teams like at Lumpet. Well, Steve's back in the room. I don't know whether he knows whether he's actually got audio problems with Discord or not. I presume he might still be talking away there, and he's none the wiser.
Am I back?
Oh, you're certainly back now.
It wasn't just audio problems. I had some power issues. I lost my system set up on a UPS, my system and monitor and everything, but my modem and main router are not. So when I lost power, I lost my connection.
Yeah. Dodgy American internet again.
No, it's dodgy American power is what it is.
Yeah.
The internet was fine. Yeah, my power on where I live isn't that reliable. Maybe I'll put a UPS on the router modem too. It's just, the more UPSs you buy, the more you have to, those things, the batteries go bad and you have to replace them, and it's just one more thing to deal with. So what I miss? Looks like not a whole lot.
Well, the red and yellow are still locked up, so there's just a bit of sort of moving around going on here at the moment until somebody commits himself. Now, where that red is now, Steve, I was talking about the chances of breaking that last red out up top, and now that Cobra's got that red into a position central, he can do it.
But this is Zangetsu should move that right now. He's got a shot. He can hit this yellow down the rail and wedge it in between the. He could have shot that yellow he just bumped into here. He could have shot that down the rail in between the long rail and the red and got that out of there.
As a bit of protection, yep. Because
he's not as a bit of protection. If he gets that out of there, there's no breakout ball. Exactly. I mean, he's in a situation here where he's trying to run out, and what he should have done was play table position and get that red out of there, because without that red there, Cobra's going to have a hard time running out. With that red there, it's it's not guaranteed, but he's going to have a pretty good shot at it.
And just what Cobra did down in that bottom corner, he rolled that red down there and behind that yellow, and then he rolled another red down there beside it.
Yeah, I thought Zangetsu might have the advantage of moving and thinking, but it's beginning to look like that might be Cobra instead, because Zangetsu is making balls when he shouldn't, and he could have got that red out of there and made it tough on Cobra. Now he's going to have a hard time. Now, the only good thing about that is he didn't leave him a shot on that red for the breakout. And, well, yeah, but, it would have been better with those two balls sitting like that you can get to anywhere on the table. Now he's going to leave a ball in the pocket. It's going to maybe be partially covered. I mean, we'll see what he ends up with here. Well, I'm not sure. He may have done that on purpose, not trying to make it. I mean, he's better off with him sitting like this to shoot the breakout, because you're guaranteed you got a shot.
So now he needs to make that red with his yellow and block the pocket.
I don't know why he didn't shoot the ball out in the middle of the table and run the cue ball into the red by the corner pocket. Well, that's no good because that's no good. Cobra didn't leave himself an angle on that ball up there. Yeah, and now he's realizing it. Now he's realizing, whoops, that was no good. I don't understand why you just don't go read the fact, because everything you're asking and all these ideas you're coming up with, the software already does all this.
$7,500 is way too high rating.
It's not. It's not. That has nothing to do with it. The software is configurable. I can set whatever rating average we want for a team. Oh, that was a terrible shot. I think he was trying to make the ball in the corner and bump it, and he missed the ball. And yeah, so and if you didn't make that ball, you didn't want to break him out. Well, he's got a bank he could play and make this red in the pocket, but that's a game loser if you miss it because you give up a free ball. Well, but he's going to fix that right now. I mean, he's going to go at this ball and try to run it down and run to his yellow and make the red. Just like that. Yep, he did it. Very good shot. That was the right play. That was better than the bank because it was a higher percentage shot. So what I would do here is I'd probably play for the ball on the long rail. Yeah. Well, I mean, you had to hit that thin and hit it a little inside to check it. I mean, you got to know where the cue ball's going. Now he's funny. I think he's going to be able to draw this though, especially with the light cue ball. Yeah, with this light cue ball, this will be easy. He could probably even scratch with this light cue ball if he wanted to on the other side. This should be no problem. He's just got to make sure he gets it past the 8-ball because this cue ball is going to come back faster than people are used to. He looks like he doesn't look like he's going to draw this, which I wouldn't understand. I would be, boy, that's a lot trickier. I would be drawing this, and oh, that's a terrible shot. I think the problem there is not understanding that the cue ball's light. He could have easily drawn that. He could have drawn that and hit the 8-ball. I think maybe even drawn it back in the side pocket. I mean, this cue ball is going to come back like crazy off the object ball. Oh, that's a shame. I mean, that's a 2-game swing right there on that shot. Well, just a little draw shot was perfect. If he was gonna go the way he was gonna, he didn't need to hit it like that. I agree. But yeah, that was. I'm surprised you didn't put up your fail thing on that one. That was ugly. This is a little tricky. They hit it well.
I can't change the laws of physics.
You see the chat up there, Steve? What Sydney put in?
He's trying to Mr. Scott. Well, this is a little tight. He may want to play this rail first. He's going to back it up. He's going to back it up with a little bit of right English. He's really going to back it up. Okay.
I don't think he can get this, can he?
Oh yeah, he can make this. Yeah, this isn't that thin.
I think he's got to. He's got.
And he's going to run into the yellow too. So that that keeps the cue ball from getting turned loose. This isn't bad at all. You just gotta, have a little nerve when you shoot this. I mean, this is the kind of shot under pressure where you can just flat out miss the whole ball or something. You get a little bit goofy on it. But this really isn't that hard a shot. I mean, it's a thin cup, but it's not ridiculous thin.
Well, I think the question about that comment you've made, semi-pro, is who would take Steve in their team?
Yeah. Now, he just banked that.
Yeah.
That 8-ball went.
He wasn't convinced. I wasn't convinced either. But anyway,
that 8-ball went. I just don't get that.
Well, you know what you do here? You just cut this yellow. If it goes in, it goes in. And if it doesn't, you leave it over the pocket. And you leave the cue ball over the right side, and all that Cobra's got is a bank. And
the problem is it's going to be hard to leave it on the right side because of the angle you got. It's going to be hard to control the cue ball speed. You're going to need to take this up table with a ton of right English and try to use that spin to kill it. I mean, I think you can. I think you can get this ball not right on the long rail. It's going to come off it some, but I think you can control the speed if you use a lot of right English on the shot. And he's looking at the other end, which.
Oh dear.
Oh my. Yeah, there comes the fail. Ah, boy, that's.
Well, this is the first break. It's going to be daylight now.
Well, that's for sure one Zangetsu should have won the game, and he had a good opportunity that time. I think he shot the wrong ball. One thing that's great about this black ball is that we sure get to see people make a lot of decisions that are maybe not the best ones, and that makes it interesting.
Yeah, Zangetsu's come up right.
But I think Zangetsu's actually making, a lot of it's execution mistakes. That ball he had that he could have drawn back, he just didn't understand he could have drawn that back, and then we watched Cobra not shoot the cut shot, and I think that was a mistake. But again, that's a more of a execution choice mistake than it is a strategy mistake. There's a difference between strategy and execution.
Hugh, would you be part of the league?
Of course Hugh's going to play.
Well, the problem with the leagues is what time they're on at and what time they run on to at night. That's the problem for me.
Well, I'm assuming because we have a lot of UK players, we're going to try to make it UK friendly. We got a lot of players in Europe. I mean, obviously, if we do it on the weekend, it can work with a lot of the players in the US and other places in the world.
Put it this way: if the league was on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, not a problem for me. It could be played to 3 o'clock in the morning. I would be there. But when it's weekends, I work every weekend, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, the way this league is set up, this current format, so if there's 3 people on the team, you play all 3 of their players. So you play your match in the room and you play somebody else's match in the room. There is a global scoreboard where you can see all the scores in real time. The other kind of league that I was considering was that you all play in the same room. So you watch your teammates play too. And it's kind of a plus minus. The plus is that it's a lot more social because everybody's in the same room together, chatting and watching their teammate play,
shouting abuse at your opponents.
The negative of that is you don't get to play as much pool for a given time. If league lasts an hour and a half, and you're going to play a lot less games when you're rotating on a single table versus playing in your own room. So I opted for the handicap race initially because it's more like what players are used to on VP, and we may try the other format at some point. But I think this is a better place to start.
And the way it's looking is that you're the only one that's going to be fully trained to set these leagues.
Well, I mean, Redback could set them. I could set them. 10 could set them. I mean, but I mean, I'll be doing the initial ones for sure. And you know, I can tell you that it is going to end up being 9-ball, and there will be a rating limit. I'm not sure what the races are going to be too. I'm not sure whether we're going to do games or money ball format. I think either works because, you know, the race is going to be at least a 7, probably more. So when you get longer races, the game spot does work well.
Yeah,
But, you know,
that's how the real life is set up. The higher, you know, the higher rated player has to go to a higher point level. That's where your handicap comes in.
well, it depends on the league. You know, when you say real life, I mean, it depends on what league you're playing and which game you're playing. I mean, even in the same league, they change the rules depending on game, and you know, there's a big difference between like APA, Valley, TAP, and BCA. They all run their leagues quite a bit differently.
Well, I know currently where I'm at, it's all points race in the BCA, USAPL, and APA. It's all a point scoring league.
Yeah, they tend to have their basis in point scoring, which we're not going to do initially because I think one thing I think it's harder for players to understand, and then the way they do their point systems is fairly different, you know, between those leagues. I mean, they may all be point based, but they're quite a bit different how you get points and how they do their handicapping.
They are different.
I tried to bump the 8-ball there.
BCA and USA use the Fargo rating just like anything else, or you know, all the pros use. It's the same Fargo rating.
Well, that's because CSI owns them.
Right.
Let's see what's going on here in this match. It looks like I would be trying to get that red out of that pocket. I don't know if I do it right now, but that red, the way it's sitting, will come out of that pocket.
Well, I don't see Stubb ever playing in leagues.
Well, you gotta get somebody to invite him on the team.
Yeah.
One pocket Slim might invite him. I'm not sure how many players would. Yeah, I don't think he got where he wanted to.
No, you say that, Steve.
Oh yeah, he did.
You might be surprised how many people would invite him. He's a very good player as a team goes. He would be a very strong player for a team.
Yeah, but you got to put up with him.
Don't have him in your blackball team in the league because he's bloody hopeless at blackball.
Oh, he didn't get there. I think he was just trying to just bump it. Because he was hooked. I mean, all he had to do was bump it. He didn't have to get to a rail. That was a big mistake there.
Well, Zangetsu's got to get the job done here.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, he's got a shot here where he can play the combo with the 8 and the yellow onto the yellow on the side rail there to kick the red out the way.
Yeah, well, he needs to not only do that, he needs to get more angle. He needs to bring the cue ball over even as far as he can and get angle and drop back into that cluster of 8 and 3 reds or 3 yellows because that's a bad situation there.
That's a shot.
Okay, he played it a different way, and that's fine. Because he addressed both issues. Yeah, now he's in pretty good shape.
The commentator's eye called that there. That was a shot to kick that red out the way or in the pocket.
Yeah, he solved both. He solved both his issues.
And now he can only mess it up now.
Well, I mean,
Well, this is a dodgy one if he's cutting that in the side first.
He's pretty good at these situations. He might as well shoot this one going up table, because it's not going to leave a shot on the red if he hangs it up.
I think the worry, though, is, if he gets rid of that yellow that he's looking at, that the centre pocket's opened up, but it's a narrow window to go on one of those yellows into the side.
Yeah, well, he didn't even try to make that. I mean, he just tried to put it in front of the pocket. He obviously was just trying to make sure he got the snooker on the yellow, and that was a smart play. I like that play a lot. That play everybody should take note of, because I don't see too many people do it in here. And that is called patience. I don't have to try to run out now. I can be patient, and that is a super powerful thing to do in this situation. Is that is there a chance somebody could kick this red in? Yes. I mean, you could lose on it, but chances are you're not going to. And he had a little funny angle where if he made that, he was going to be shooting a long shot on one of these balls down table, and he just decided, I'll just wait. And that's what you see really good 8-ball players do, is this kind of shot.
Is that the name of your team, Semi-Pro, or is that the name of Slim and Stubbs' team? The anuses.
All right. Well, it's going to be another free shot, and I'm assuming he's going to deal with these two balls that are close together.
Yeah, that would be the general idea here, I would think.
He can just roll that one at the side pocket. If it goes in, fine. If it doesn't, fine.
Does you want did you want to play that from here, or do you want to take this cue ball into bulk? Because he's still thinking about it.
His other choice is rolling it right up table and trying to put him on the middle of the end rail. That's not a bad shot either, because as long as he feels like he can get those two together, I would shoot the red and put it in the center of that middle rail and make it so that, if you happen to miss a ball, you don't want to leave Cobra an easy shot. And it looks like that's what he's doing.
Yeah, he must be listening to the stream. Well, that's not it, though.
Well, he's not frozen on it, but still, Zangetsu shoots anything down table here and doesn't go in. And, at best, it's a long bank. I think he may solve his problem, play safe here. He can roll right at this one yellow and just lock him up with the other one. I mean, he won't be locked up, but it'll be a full snooker. I think that's what he's going to do. Oh, he tried to make it. See, I would have just rolled at that second one and rolled the cue ball so that the first one snookered him. Why try to shoot it when it's that tight? So Zangetsu shows great patience on one shot and then impatience on the next one. That was kind of surprising he did that. He didn't need to shoot that ball. He could have played safe. Yeah, he would have been able to play safe and solve his problem. Instead, all he did was push this ball up on the black, and that's going to be harder to get to. And Cobra may hang this up in the pocket. Even if it doesn't go in, he's got a chance to hang this ball in the pocket in front of the yellow. And I'm sure that's what he's thinking about. This kind of shot, you just want to hit it at a speed that if it doesn't go in, it's going to stay there. I wouldn't have done that. I would have banked it for sure, because he had a chance to put that red in front of the yellow. By doing that, he's basically just saying, Zangetsu, you can't run out. And I don't know. I think I think it's fairly safe to assume that Zangetsu is good enough to run this table out.
Well, he certainly won't be unless he's going to take that yellow and try and the yellow that's over the left-hand corner pocket, as we look. I don't know whether he's got enough angle to work with it, but he's got to try and break that other yellow out.
No, here's what he does. He just shoots this yellow in the pocket. He brings the cue ball over to the end rail, shoots a stop shot on the yellow that's in trouble, and locks him up on the 8-ball.
Well, he hasn't got there.
Well, he didn't go forward. All you had to do was go forward on that. See, he's not thinking. All he had to do is go forward and get the cue ball on the end rail, and he could have played a lock-up shot on the 8-ball. Instead of solving his problem and putting Cobra in a bad position, now it's like, well, maybe he'll get there later.
Yeah, he's no further forward. I mean, he can keep potting these balls, but that is just a
Well, he passed up a game-winning opportunity. Now, he misses the ball and puts Cobra perfect. This is a fairly easy shot to get on this 8-ball. I mean, I'm expecting Cobra's going to get a decent shot on it. I mean, the only trickiness here is that one yellow, the second one out from the long rail, makes this shot harder because of what you're seeing now. Well, he may have played it that way because trying to get by that, you risk going too low if you didn't have your speed right. I mean, that may have been the way he played it because that was a little tricky. But, that's a common shot coming that kind of angle and coming down table. So I expected he'd do pretty good on it.
Well, Zangetsu's asked for this.
Well, Zangetsu again, I mean, he had a perfect situation for a game-winning shot, and he didn't recognize it. And I think, that's a lot of it is just recognizing that those opportunities are there because you didn't have to be a real good player to make that play and lock them on the 8-ball. That wasn't, like, you've got to be some phenomenal cue ball control or something. I mean, it was pretty easy.
I don't have lines on this software.
He could have also shot safe if those 2 balls by the top corner pockets. He could have just bumped that one and let it go right in behind it.
Well, he could have, but that wouldn't have been that productive because he wouldn't have solved his one problem having that one yellow where it was going to be hard to get to because of the black.
Oh, I agree.
He could have done both. I mean, that would have certainly been better than what he tried.
Yeah, well, he's trailing by 3, and he needs to get his act together. I just think he messed about too much in that right. As soon as I've got a free shot, I'd be making my move. You've got to be what's the word?
Well, he did. I mean, he took his free shot. He made a good play at it. I mean, you could have said, well, I mean, he could have tried to run out from there. There's nothing wrong with being patient. But, the thing about being patient and playing a smart game is that, being patient and playing the right shot now and then 2 turns later being dumb or being impatient, that's not going to win games. If you're gonna play like, hey, I'm a smart player, you got to continue to be a smart player. You can't be smart and then, because you guys have probably realized this already, but the dumb shots hurt you more than the smart shots help you.
Mm-hmm.
One dumb shot's the equivalent of 2 or 3 smart ones.
Well, finally we have commitment to the Reds for Zangetsu, and he's got to be out here surely.
This looks real good. I mean,
I can't put it there.
He just needs it's top right English. Go around the corner. If he bumps these yellows, it's okay. I don't think he can snooker himself in this situation unless he babies it, because even if he hits the first one, it's going to bump the second one. Oh, he went the other way. That's fine too. I mean, I don't know if he's playing a bump, but he's in a good spot now. So you'd prefer not to be straight in on this next shot, but even if he did, a stop shot still works.
Well, he doesn't want to be dead straight on this.
No, but it would still work. I mean, he'd still get a shot on the 8, but it would be better to have an angle.
Oh, well, he needs to go. Well, I think he's okay. He just needs to stop it then and leave the cut.
Yeah, he got himself dead straight, so he's going to end up with a cut. He pockets balls well. I mean, that cut's not a hard shot. At this point, now that you are straight, you don't want to do anything stupid by trying to force the issue. You just want to stop this and make sure you get a shot on the 8.
Good afternoon to Spud Boy. Good afternoon to Mark.
Hey, Mark. Hey,
Yeah,
Boy.
you've just realised what Zangetsu's picture is. Are you drunk? Check the box, yes or no. Well, and the X is way off the mark.
Well, he just did what I said he shouldn't do. He shouldn't
Oh
try
dear.
to do anything tricky. He should just stop it and take that cut shot.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care who it is, you know. It can be Shane Van Boning, and he's just going to stop it and take that cut shot.
yeah.
You know, if Shane Van Boning's doing that, you certainly ought to be able to do it. I guarantee you Shane would have just stopped that ball.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, it's so obvious, you know. You're straight in, you stop it, you've got loads of room to make that cut angle in the 8, and I don't know what the hell he tried.
Well, you know, I mean, we're here in the commentating booth, and it's easy to, you know, it's easy to be the armchair player. But I mean, nothing I'm saying is really untrue. I think, you know, sometimes when you're playing a competition, you can get goofy, or, you know, your brain can stop working the right way. You can start feeling pressure, and all kinds of bad things that can happen. You know, I mean, obviously, when you're the one playing, there's a lot of stuff going on, and you know, maybe you shoot some stuff you normally wouldn't.
Well, you know, I still can't work out what he was attempting to do. I mean, he was just leading himself into trouble, going up the top end of the table. He was always going to be hooked.
Well, you know, you got to take the guarantee position. I mean, Zangetsu is odds on he's going to make that 8 ball. I mean, you got to figure that that's probably at least an 80% shot for him. I mean, he pockets balls well, he rolls balls well. You know, that's the case of trying to get perfect when perfect was going to potentially get you in trouble. I mean, he didn't have a good angle to try to do anything. But, you know, what's happening here is Zangetsu is gifting this to Cobra. He's played some wonderful shots. He's played some great strategy, but it's the mistakes he's made that are the reason this match is one-sided. I mean, honestly, I think Zangetsu, if he was doing the right choices, would be ahead in this match
I
right
just
now.
don't think he's being aggressive enough, you know, to make the move to get the rack done. I think he needs to step up in terms of going for it, rather than trying to run balls around and trying to play lockups. You know, he's had good chances there. I think is it damage limitation he's going for, or is he actually trying to win this match? Well, it's damage limitation now because he's now 6-2 down.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just a shame because you know, this hasn't been a situation where he just has made all terrible choices. He's made some great choices. It's just the bad ones have really hurt him. And you know, a lot of them have just been execution choices of, I'm going to play the shot this way, like the one he could have drawn to get an easy shot on the yellow, and he decided to do something wacko, or this last shot where he tried to get really good when he should have stopped. I mean, those aren't strategy. Those are just choices of how you're going to execute the shot. And that's, I don't know. It's frustrating for me to watch it. I'm sure it's kind of frustrating for him as a player when he keeps getting himself into trouble.
Mark says, have I seen the BBC are axing Virgo and Taylor after next year's championship? Well, it's either that or they're both deciding to retire. It's more likely the BBC are booting them out the door. I'm going to be sexist here, and I don't care what you think, but I hope they're not booting them out to bring some bloody woman in. What's her face? What's her name? Just for the sake of bloody pleasing the crowd and all the sort of politically correct people. I hope that's not what they're doing. What's that woman's name that's supposed to be the snooker world champ? I hope they're not bringing her in. They bring her in Eurosport. But that's just to please the crowds.
You know, I'd like to see some women be competitive.
Yeah,
I haven't seen a woman in pool or snooker that could compete. The best woman I've ever seen was Karen Corr. Now, I didn't see Jean Belucas play, but I've heard that I've had friends that did, and I heard she was quite a player. But you know, it's been difficult for women to compete with men.
Well, I'm old-fashioned when it comes to punditry. I mean, I miss Willie Thorne at the snooker because he knew what he was talking about, you know, and you know this pleasing the masses and being politically correct does my head in. And I mean, I hope to God that's not why they're booting these guys out just to bring some lassie in. I mean, that's just typical of the way they do things.
Yeah, you gotta understand it's about money. It's it's about ratings and money, and that's how the decisions are being made. I mean, it's not all about being fair to the players. You see it in a lot of sports. In golf, you'll see people like Michael Jordan getting an exemption into an event. And when he does that, he's replacing one of the guys trying to make a living at it.
Exactly. Yeah. And another thing that what's his name? Judd Trump's pal. What do you call him? Jack Lazowski. They brought him not into the commentary booth, but into the pundit booth. They want to get rid of people like him. I mean, he's got no interaction whatsoever. Get rid of these people. They've got no expression at all.
Well, that was a well played shot there by Cobra. I mean, that was really nice. He really increased his table position there by getting Zangetsu's ball out of there, and now he's got a ball in front of the pocket. Zangetsu's blocked. That was a fantastic shot. It was a real simple thing, He recognized it, and that was really spiffy there. But here, I've said this for a long time with women. Women need to support women, not harp about it, because it's men that support women. It's men that watch all these things. It's not, if women want to harp about it, but if women really cared about women, they'd be supporting women's sports and women doing things by watching them. Instead, they beat us men up and they say, "Oh, well, you don't support women and stuff," but it's the men that watch women's sports, not the women.
That's got a lot of validity to it, yeah.
Well, it's not a matter of validity. That's true. If you look at the demographics, they got numbers on this. You look at who watches it. Now, I will say the one sport where women compete with the men and win championships is in drag racing. If you want to see women compete with the men and win, watch drag racing. I mean, it's a fantastic sport. It's really exciting. Of course, it's not as good on TV as it is in real life. I mean, if you ever go watch nitro cars in real life, which I don't think they have that anywhere in Europe, you have to be in the U.S. or Australia to see it. But if you go watch those cars run, it's phenomenally impressive. And there's women driving these things, and they're winning. So it's the one place that I have seen women win world championships, beat all the guys. And, it's pretty cool. Shirley Muldowney was one of the first ones, but yeah, there's a lot of them now. Leah Pruitt, Brittany and Courtney Force, and then down in Pro Stock, there's Erica Enders, and there's a new girl there. I don't remember her name, but and then there's a couple women on the Pro Stock motorcycles. They're all pro classes. I don't think there's a mother-daughter. I mean, the Forces have a sister. It's more than that. John Force still runs a car, and Robert Height runs a car with them, and then Brittany runs Top Fuel, and Courtney runs Top Fuel Funny Car. But it's the one place you can watch women. I mean, I don't know of any other place, any other sport where women are winning championships and competing with men than drag racing. I mean,
that's that's a level playing field though. That's women in with men, rather than separate women's championships.
Yeah, they're running against the men. I mean, that's what's impressive is that they're winning against the men, and that's that's what we all want to see. I mean, I don't think most men are rooting against women. I mean, I love seeing the women win, and I'd like to see it in more sports. I mean, I'd love to see a women pool player come out and win a major pool tournament. I mean, that'd be fantastic.
I'd love to see. I mean, I'd love to see a woman competing with the men at the snooker, but it just doesn't happen. And that's the bit I've always said. I can't understand why. The table's the same size, the balls are the same size, the cues are the same size.
Well, everybody makes the mistake of thinking the only difference between women and men is strength. That is not true. I mean, there's other differences. I'm not saying that a woman could not, be a top snooker player, win championships, but there are more differences than just strength. Karen Corr, I think her highest finish, she came in 8th in a U.S. 10-ball open and beat a couple pretty good players.
Well, I think Semi-Pro predicted 13-3, and I thought that was a bit ungenerous, and I'm beginning to swing round to Semi-Pro's point of view, the way this is going.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised it's this lopsided, too. But I think if Zangetsu goes back and watches this video and stuff, he's going to learn a lot. And, see, like, if it was me personally, I go back and watch this and, like, that 1 8-ball shot where I'm saying he could have easily drawn it over, I'd go back and get offline and set that shot up and shoot it and see. I would be like, really? Is that really true? I'm going to go shoot that shot and see. And, in those situations, just try it out. I don't know if you've ever watched good players play, but, they miss a shot that costs them a match. You'll see them in a practice room shooting that shot over and over and over again. I mean, I've done that when I practice. Shot I have trouble with, I might sit there and shoot it for a half hour. That's what good players do is they go back and they look at what happened. They look at their failings and then they work on them. And they work on them by shooting a shot over and over again and, getting comfortable with the situation. And, it's the same thing in VP. I mean, actually, it's better in VP. You can go offline and it's real easy to shoot the shot over and over again, set up whatever you want. Well, I think Zangetsu better get out here or it's just going to turn into a slaughter.
It ain't going to happen unless he gets up top to deal with those 2 reds. I mean, he's got a chance to do it now off the red that he's staring down. He wants to draw back up the table and go on
both those reds. Both those reds go in the side pocket. I mean,
yeah.
His biggest problem is this other red over by the end rail because he doesn't have an easy path to get on that other than the ones up on the side pocket because that other ball is blocked by the yellow, the one that's on the head spot. So what he needs to do is I think your shot is spare this one in and draw it back, and he's going to run into the balls. I mean, he may have to get a little lucky, but this is.
I think I was looking at the red that he was. See that red that's there. I don't think he's got enough angle to force that in and spin around and come in behind. I don't think he's got enough angle to do that because then he could.
No, he doesn't. He's going to have to run into those 2 reds, which is risky because he could put a red on top of a yellow.
He's trying to get to the pocket and cover it.
Well, that's not a terrible shot. I mean, he played for table position. That makes it a little bit tougher for Cobra. I mean, that's not a bad shot. I mean, because sparing that one and drawing it back was kind of indeterminate. Now, Cobra's playing smart here. He's going to bank this. So that was a very smart shot because he had a big pocket with that ball sitting in it. And, that was That was really smart there.
Yeah, he's out here because he can get to the yellow and play the little combo.
Yeah, now you got to decide where you're going to go. I would probably run softly at that second red, second from the cue ball there, and just bump that. That's probably would be my preferred line. I think he's got the angle to do that. He's just bump that second red.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, he opened it up way too much. He didn't want to bump that one. Well, you know that's a shame. I think he was trying to just bump that second red, and he just got it opened up too much and bumped that one near the rail, which was no good. I think he was trying to do the right thing, just didn't execute it right.
Well, he can't do anything without using two rails. Put it that way.
Yeah, he's
and in fact, he's going to have to go around the corner. That's a shot around the corner and across. So he's going to have to pick. Well, that's not the line. I mean, I think
I'm not sure what that was.
I think he gave up the idea. I mean, he had a chance, and a very slim chance, of going around the two angles, hitting the 8 ball, might have got really lucky and cut it in down the rail. That would have been a real shot, but he never gave it a chance. Anyway, that's by the by. It's whether Zangetsu can get out. And there's no reason he can't.
I mean, if you can't get out here, you should be able to get out here without a free shot.
Yeah. I think Cobra just blew a gasket there because he locked himself up. And this is on Cobra's break, so Zangetsu will have the break in the next rack.
You got to be thinking at this point, guys, which ball am I going to leave for last before the 8 ball? I would have thought he'd, want to shoot the ball up table by the pocket first. I mean, because unless you're planning on playing that 8 in the side pocket, which usually isn't a good idea on this table, that ball's not a great ball for last.
Yeah, I'd be cutting that in now and coming down.
Well, he's got to. But I think he's better off doing this anyways, because then he can shoot the 8 up in the corner.
He obviously wants to come down the right side. He needs to watch the pace and the line. That will do it.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, this is the kind of shot where you don't want to mess around with it. You just want to hit straight top on it. He looks like he's putting a little English. See, I would stay away from English on these just because rolling them slow like that is risky. All right, he's good. So it looks like Zangetsu's going to get this one. Cobra's kicking himself, but
anyway, somebody typed in the chat there about the referee pointing the finger at Ronnie. Was that actually what was happening? Was he getting a lecture by the referee for some reason? And of course, Zangetsu is going to come up dry. And these balls are sitting not bad. Not bad. I mean,
it's better than that here. This is my specialty break. It's called the sellout break.
Yeah, this is.
It's where you lose the game on the break. Well, I mean, if you're playing somebody that can really play, you're probably losing off that break.
Well, you take the yellow.
You take the yellow and come down and get this one on the end rail.
Yep.
Take the yellow in the side pocket and come down and get this one on the end rail. You're sitting good for that.
Yeah, he's going the other way first. Trying to get behind this other one and deal with that. Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea either, but he hasn't potted the ball, which is a big fail.
Yeah. Well, he dogged it, and now Zangetsu's going to get the yellows.
Well, Zangetsu, you won't get a better chance than this, my friend. I think Zangetsu's gone to the bathroom. I think he thought, well, I might as well go and take a break because I ain't going to be getting a shot. And suddenly he's come back in and a quick look and realised, oh, it is me. What's happening there?
We got a stub comment for that one. We got a FS. I think he realizes I should be running this out.
Ronnie snookered himself and cursed. Ref had words with him. Trump told ref he should have waited till end of frame. Ah. What did Ronnie say? Shit.
Oh, am I supposed to mute Cobra for FS? I'm not gonna. Everybody can get away with a FS once in a while, except maybe Stubb, because he's reached his lifetime limit.
Well, I don't know what he tried there, but was he just trying to leave it onto this yellow on the side, or was he trying to drop down for that yellow up top?
I don't know, but he's
he's looking around.
Yeah.
He's looking around for problems here. I mean, to me, the first thing you do is if you were potting that ball and the cue ball was going that direction, and you wanted to get it right down there and go on that yellow and get it out of the way.
Well, at this point, I'd shoot the one in the corner and then shoot the one on the end rail by it, and then maybe off that one come up and try to get a shot on the side pocket one so I can get to the one on the other end rail.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shooting this one in front of the side pocket now because you just got rid of a ball you could use to get up table.
Yeah, but see this yellow where it is now down at this end of the table, that red wasn't. I'm sure this yellow went into both pockets. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought the yellow went into both pockets. Maybe this red was moved down here.
It does go on both pockets.
Well, it's tight into that one.
It's tight into one. But, I'm just not sure what he's doing. He's not making good pattern choices is what he's doing. He's making poor pattern choices, and it's going to end up costing him.
Yeah. I mean, these reds are sitting here just ready to be picked. They're right.
Yeah.
And Zangetsu is going to get himself backed into a hole here.
Well, he's going to have to shoot this one and then shoot the one in front of the corner pocket and then slide up table from the one off the end rail to the other one off the end rail. And that's, all kinds of stuff can go wrong with this plan.
Well, I think it's panic stations here. I think he's running down to try and just at least get that yellow over this top left-hand corner pocket. That's what he's doing. Well, he's already got a yellow over the pocket now. It's locked up, so.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he's rolled up where Cobra may be able to cut this red right now and move that other one out of the way. I mean, I think to get that red in, you'd probably have to hit it with left English, but I think you can make that red. Hit that real thin with left English and spin around, and you're going to probably hit, well...
You could hit the yellow and then hit the rail and then hit the red again while he's blasted it.
Just like that. That is exactly what he needed to do.
Look at the way this red just finished down the bottom as well. It's a nice little combo.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be indeterminate where the balls were going when you hit him that hard, but that's what he needed to do. I mean, he knew he was going to make a ball. He's got plenty of other balls on the table to come up with a shot. There was a little bit of luck involved in where they ended up, but he came out pretty good. Now, he's not out of the woods yet. That one yellow is going to cause him some grief.
Well, we are 33 minutes away from the start of this next match on the one-loss side.
Yeah, this one's going to be going for quite a while, probably. Let's see what Cobra does here. I mean, he can't get the yellow out of there on this time unless he's going to miss the ball on purpose.
Well, that nudge in the red's done him a favour.
Well, I think that was planned. That was a good play. That was good thinking there to just try to move that out of there. There's more than one way to solve a problem. You don't necessarily have to get the yellow out of there. That was a smart play. He should be out here. I don't see any problems. Yeah, he wants to shoot this one next.
Yeah,
the problem was it wasn't sitting good. He was trying to get so he could get straight in on this one in the side pocket and just stop it, but he's going to modify his plan here.
Yeah, I mean, this rack all went wrong for Zangetsu when he never got down onto that yellow up top straight away when he had the chance. That's where it all went wrong. And then his last visit was him trying to pot that yellow that's over the top left-hand corner and run down there to get the other. He was hoping to pot that ball and get down there and push the other yellow over, but that was it. His chance was gone. He blew it.
in summer, it was just bad pattern play. You know, I mean, Zangetsu is an interesting player because he pots balls well. He moves the cue ball okay, not great. His strategy is pretty good, but his ball patterns are so-so. So you know, it's kind of an interesting combination. He's kind of unique in this tournament, as I haven't seen anybody else with that kind of combination of attributes. If he improved his pattern play, you know, I think he'd be a lot tougher to beat because he's, you know, the strategy isn't bad. Now, let's see, is Cobra going to go for the run out? If he is, he's got a perfect opportunity to make this yellow. And I think he's going to try to move this yellow that's there with the red, I think. But the only way, well, actually, I don't think he can. Even playing this rail first, it's tough to get to that. I'm not sure what he's going to do. I think he's just going to pot a ball and take yellows, and then I don't think he can get to the one ball that's a problem from where he is. I think he's just going to make this yellow that's hanging in the top corner pocket. Or he could take this one close. He did. So now the challenge is getting up and getting this one yellow that's tied up with this red free.
Well, he's going to clear the red to open up the 8-ball to that pocket.
Yeah. Well, he didn't get the angle he wanted. If he had a little, if the 8-ball wasn't blocking, he could have made that yellow and gone up and fixed his other problem. But he's just a little, you know, it's hard to control that when you're bumping another ball. He's a little blocked by the 8-ball. He doesn't have that shot.
Well, he's going to cut this on the side, and then I presume he's going to leave him. You hope he has a shot to the one that's on the other side.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Yeah, see, he did everything right except make the ball, because now he's got the angle where he can just thin that and go up and bump that red, and he'd be off and running, but he missed the ball. No. So, you know, like if you're a player, I mean, you know, you don't like that, but that's acceptable, you know, in my mind. That, okay, you're going to miss balls once in a while. It's not like he did anything dumb or anything. He just missed the ball.
Allowing for cheating the pocket like he does on a 9-ball table does not work here.
Not on the side pockets, it doesn't.
Well, Zangetsu here has got two problems up table that I can't see how he's going to get to them.
Yeah, I mean, you might just want to play table position, like bump one of these reds off the long rail down to the end rail. You know, he's going to choose to start shooting, which...
Well, now he's going for the draw. He's going to pot this red into the corner, and he's going for the draw to try and move something.
Yeah, well, if you can make the yellow, that would be good, although I'm not sure he's going to come up with any kind of great shot. But if he can pot this and make the yellow up in the corner, this shot's doable, but it's tricky.
That'll do it.
Yeah, he got it. Well, red. I think he came up with a shot, too. Yeah. And he's got a shot where he can get on the one red here, the other red that's right next to it. What's he looking at? Yeah, shoot that ball. There you go. Shoot that ball up in the corner.
Well, I don't know, but this red that he's nearest goes into the side. Admittedly, he's got no room to get it into the side.
He wants to shoot the other one. He just shoots this other one and stuns it, and then he's got a shot on the one that's closest to him.
Let's see.
Just a little stun shot.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if that was him picking the potting angle, he's way off it.
He was trying to like hit up higher on the ball. He didn't want to stun it, and the shot was to stun it. Because then you didn't have to worry about getting yourself snookered. It's just, you know, jack up a little and stun the thing. I don't get that decision either.
That's right.
But I think it's going to cost him.
Yellow into the side. Little bump off the rail, back out for the 8-ball.
Yep. I mean, this is all pretty straightforward. He's got to be a little careful here with that 8-ball blocking him.
Oh dear.
Well, see, that's why I was saying that, because the natural angle it wanted to roll was that. So here's what you have to do as a player. You have to recognize that, and you either have to open it up more and go to the long rail, or hit it with inside and hold it.
Just to check it, yep.
And being jacked up over a ball makes that trickier because the ball's going to want to curve more. So he cinched the shot, and then he's paying the price. See, he's got to know that he's going to roll at that 8-ball. Now, the only way you can vary that shot without using English is which part of the pocket you hit the ball into.
Yeah, to create that little bit more angle. I mean, that's a bit of a, to be honest, that's a numpty shot for a player of Cobra standard. He should have seen that a mile away. The 8-ball is the possibility of getting in the way. All the room in the world to avoid that.
Well, I saw it, and I mean, if it was me, I saw it. I would have tried to put English one way or another on it and try to change that angle because it sure looked like it was going to roll at the 8-ball.
I mean,
if you are going to roll at a ball, though, the third choice is to roll at a ball with some speed. You're going to hit it. Try to bump it out of the way, because if you roll it soft like that and you roll up on it, you're done.
Yeah, but I mean, Cobra should never have been doing that. Never.
Well, he's a good enough player. He should know where the ball's going, and he does. I think for the most part, that is what I call hoping. He's hoping it comes out good. I'm sure he knows the G is going to. This could be bad.
Yeah.
And then he's hoping, and you don't want to do that playing pool.
But that's where he has to listen to the little voice that tells him, "Listen, I need to just do something to make sure I'm not doing anything that's going to interfere with that 8-ball." And Zangetsu's got himself in a bit of trouble here.
He can just hit this right and go forward and snooker. He can snooker him with the 8-ball.
Oh, I think he's trying to.
Or he can just go up table. There's no shot from up table. He can just roll up table and roll that red near the pocket and just leave the cue ball towards the end rail. There's no shot on that yellow other than a kick.
Yeah.
Now, if you're smart, you'll try to block the kick with one of these other balls, because that kick's not that hard. If you're going to do that, you got to try to block the kick shot.
Oh dear.
Or you could just completely fail and sell out.
I mean, that's just crazy. That was just not thinking straight. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say he had a brain fart, because that's just a total gift.
I'd have played Steve's shot. Just leave it over on that bottom rail.
Yeah, I mean,
had to kick.
If you were on the bottom rail, I mean, even if you actually finished down inside the 8-ball, he had no shot because he couldn't get to a kick angle to get that.
Yeah, well, he had blockers. He had a couple shots he could have played to play safe there that were fairly straightforward. I mean, the ball he shot, he could have just rolled up there and and possibly blocked the kick too. He had 2 balls to do it. You just got to decide where you're going to put the cue ball.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't rocket science, but I mean, it does take some experience playing it to recognize things.
Well, it's what now? 9-3. Yeah, it could be here another hour and a half yet, the way this match is going.
Well, the neat thing about this match is they both tried to, play a lot of strategy, and with varying success, but, they're both trying to think about how to play, so it's been an interesting match from that standpoint.
Brain fell out. You probably need to ask Redback that question rather than Steve, because Steve probably won't know. Redback sets the calendar on the daily tournaments.
Well, if you guys want a tournament, I can make one. Is that what you're asking for, Brain fell out? You want a tournament?
Well, what would normally
be? You just want something in the schedule.
Yeah, well, what would normally be there at that time that happens to be missing, and that's the one Steve can put in. He can, if last week's tournaments there, he could go and copy it and just set it the way it was. So, Cobra's on the Reds.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, there probably should be a tournament in that slot. I'll make a note of it. It's the one coming up in 20 minutes. Is that only on Saturday?
It's been missing for a few weeks. Why is there a game missing from the 5 p.m. Slot in the calendar? So that's every day of the week then? Is that what you mean? And there's no tournament at all? Every day, yeah. Right, so there's a tournament missing from that slot for every day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It could have been deleted or something. I'll have to take a look. So I take it we used to have one? Yeah, he says it's been missing for a few weeks. All right, I'll get something put back in. Do you know what the tournament was?
Well, here's a breakout shot. Oh, he's had a double kiss. He's missed the red. Not that that's done him any harm.
Yeah, but excuse me, you never want to let your opponent to the table in that situation where you should be out. Because you can lose.
Yeah.
You know, you're playing somebody that can play, and you just lost her because they're going to run out.
Well,
Zangetsu, maybe not, but maybe. I mean, he plays good enough he can run out here. I mean, he needs to deal with these balls extended from the side pocket because that's the mess that could potentially cause you problems.
Yeah. Now that why not just try and come out slightly and land on the one that's parallel with the 8-ball, and if you don't get it, you've got a backup shot anyway.
Yeah, he's got two balls there that go in the other side pocket, so you know all he has to do is roll at that one in front of the side pocket, and he's got two balls that will go. All right. Well, this will work. I would be trying to play shape on this ball more towards the middle of the table here. Roll this because just in case that other ball goes, I don't think it will if you hit it easy, but you got a chance to play shape for that other one that 8-ball blocks.
Yeah, I'd be trying to roll onto the 8-ball here. Well, I'd be hitting it a bit firmer than that though.
He didn't do that. Yeah. So now he's a little funny. From here, I'd probably stun it over and play shape for that ball that's blocked by the 8 in the corner pocket.
All he needs to do is cut that left side of that yellow into the side pocket. The cue ball goes there, and he's on the yellow into the side. That's all he does. Cuts that half ball into the middle pocket. Cue ball drops through.
That's a little touchy. I probably would have just stunned it over and taken the shot. Because the thing is you've got that other ball up there if you need it. But you know, I mean, either way, I mean, I'm usually more in favor of going forward myself. But I'm going to be in the stun camp for once.
He's going the roundabout way for a shortcut. He's leaving himself this is a testy pot.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, this is the main difference between these two players is Cobra executes better. He plays better patterns.
Well, he's got it, but I just don't like the way he did it.
Well, it's just a reduced percentage. That's the thing. It all comes down to percentage. Is, you know, some ways are going to get you out at a higher percentage than others. And he didn't choose the highest percentage way, but you know, if he gets there, it's all good for at least this rack. It's just that sort of stuff catches up with you.
Well, the break goes back to Cobra.
Yeah, it's hard from Zangetsu to win from here with all the breaks.
Oh dear.
Or, you know, there's other reasons it could be hard to win too, like this.
Brain is gone.
But, you know, a lot of that's the pattern because he left himself, you know, it's a shot he should have made, but, you know, if he had a shot in the side pocket straight in, he's not going to ever miss that.
Yeah, again, if he did it my way was a far better way of making sure you get rid of that yellow a lot easier than the way you left it.
Yeah, I mean, that was not where you wanted to be.
Cobra's breaks working big time. He's emptying the table.
Yeah, I mean, This is a good table. It's a little tricky.
Now,
I'd say yellows and reds are about even.
That
I'd
yellow that-
probably take the yellows, but
that yellow that he's looking at, why does it? He's looking at maybe just coming back out so he can take the yellow that's to the left of the 8 and run into the 2 reds to hold for the other yellow. Maybe not now that he's done that.
I think that's what he was thinking. I'm not sure he can shoot any of them. No, he's got the. I think he's got the. He's got the one yellow down the corner. He's going to roll forward on this and then take the one on the rail.
See, that my idea was that if he'd finished up there, he could have potted that, ran into the 2 reds, held for the yellow that's on the top cushion there.
Well, he's going to do it
now. Yeah.
Well, I think that's what he was trying the last shot. He just didn't get there. He locked up on the red. I think he recognized it, just shot didn't work out.
So now the tricky one's to come.
He needs to get this ball in the middle of the table. That's where he needs to be. So he's either going to have to go forward, or he's going to have to with right, or he's going to have to come back with left. I'd probably hit this with left. And that's kind of shoddy play, a little left draw. So this is really good. You just got to get the angle right. You don't want to go in the side pocket. This is just all speed and angle here.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear.
Yeah, and it wasn't a good angle because it was too close to the 8, and obviously the speed wasn't good. I mean, that shot was a little tricky. I mean, if you're really thinking you're going to have trouble with that, you could play the cue ball high of the side pocket and just take that shot on it. I mean, if you're high of the side pocket near that long rail, it's not that bad a shot. So, as a player, that's what you have to sort of look at. Me personally, if I was on a table and I was confident with how I felt at the table, I had the speed down and stuff, I was confident the way I was playing, I would shoot a shot like Cobra tried to shoot. If the table was really fast and slippery, or I was having trouble controlling the cue ball, I would go above the side pocket and leave myself a little tougher shot in 8 and guarantee I got it. And that's sort of the process you got to go through thinking about it is do I feel I can execute this shot, or should I play something a little safer? Cobra obviously felt he could execute it, but he didn't.
I'd be playing into an area here on the left-hand side. If I don't get good in the one in the middle, I can always cut the one in the corner. Well, he's overhit that slightly. I mean, in that area was fine, but he wants rid of that one in the middle there.
He's fine. I mean, I might shoot it still right now. He's not gonna. But
that's just going to go funny.
See, I don't like that line. I would have played to the other side because you're playing for shape on 2 balls. This is a problem because where that red wants to go, he's going to need to hit this hard and bring the red out. Oh, he's going to try to go by it. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, if you're going to play that combo, you got to get the other red out to the center of the table because otherwise it's going to the end rail. I think he recognized that. I'm not sure I would have played that shot, and I'm not sure I would have played shape for the side pocket here either because you got to realize how the pockets play. I mean, I think he still should make this.
Got to be central or it doesn't go. And that's just in. That was just on the threshold there, that ball, but it gone in. That's a bonus for Zangetsu.
Well, if he can break and run out, maybe he'll make Cobra think twice there.
Well, the yellow gets kicked in. Now, there's a little combo to cut that yellow. If you get rid of the yellow that's over the corner at the moment down here, there's a little combo he can play. Or does he try and... I mean, I don't think he's got the angle to get into those 2 yellows, but I don't think he really wants to move those 2 yellows. I think he wants to get a combo.
Well, he can get into them, but I don't think he wants to move them. I agree with that. I think he can only make them worse from where he is.
Yeah.
unless he's going to do a stub, and then you're relying on luck. All right, so this really isn't that great because he can't get to those 2 yellows from here. I mean, I think the best play with where those yellows are sitting is actually to get where he can play the combination, because that's a pretty easy combination with him sitting like that, and the ball you're using for the combo is going to go over towards the other corner.
Well, that's why you have to play into an area, and that's an absolute fail.
Well, he's trying to run into him.
Well, why didn't he look at that and think, right, well, I need to give myself a two-way shot here? Why didn't he stun that in and get the cue ball back into the middle of the table where he had if he got sort of central, he could have played the combo, and if he didn't get good, he could have at least maybe sighted the yellow here or played the combo into the corner. You got to play into an area there.
It's been his bugaboo this match, is just not good pattern choices. Yeah. I mean, that's really as far as Zangetsu goes. I mean, it's his pattern choices that really hurt him the most.
Yeah.
So, now you just kind of got to look at this and say, well, what do I want to do? If it was me, I'd be trying to figure out how to move these 2 yellows, get one in front of the pocket. I mean, is it possible to make this combination? I don't think so. But I'd be trying to move those and take the cue ball and put it in a spot where it's not so wonderful. Like, see those 2 reds he's in line with? If he put the cue ball like on the end rail there, behind those 2 reds, then there's not much. So I would move these yellows and try to get the cue ball there.
Yeah, but that's
I'm thinking the wrong guy shooting.
That's Cobra at the table. Yeah.
Let me tell you exactly what you should do if you were the other guy shooting. All right, so now he is the other guy shooting, and that same shot is there. He should just bump these yellows and then put the cue ball on the end rail behind these 2 reds down here, and there's not a whole lot of anything.
Yeah.
That's the shot. Bump those yellows and bring the cue ball and try to put it right on the end rail behind those 2 reds. He'll have a cut up the rail, and Zangetsu's got some blockers up there. I mean, this is going to help his cause a lot. It doesn't guarantee a win, but it's all about position now. All you got to do is hit that one yellow at about 30-degree angle.
Put it this way, Steve. There ain't any other shot on. There's no other shot on. He can try ticking off the side rail and chipping onto his yellow at the top corner pocket, but why do that? He's only got one choice.
The key here is put your opponent in a spot that's not good. And, the only other thing you got to consider is my opponent going to try to play safe from where I put him, and is he going to be able to lock me up? Because in that case, maybe you don't want to do that. So that was well played. So there's not a lot here. And see, where he got those yellows, it's hard for Cobra to lock him up. Yeah, that was pretty much the play I was talking about. He's got this one red in the side. That's hard. He's got a red cutting up table. That's no gimme. And, Zangetsu's got pretty good position. He's got blockers on a couple of the reds. Zangetsu, I would say, is the favorite from here, even though he's not at the table. Now, Cobra's going to play smart.
Well,
I don't think he pulled the shot off he wanted because, he left shots.
Yeah, if he finished it right behind the yellow, he wouldn't have left much on for Zangetsu. If he was right behind the yellow there, he was just looking at the yellow straight up the table. He didn't really have a shot.
Well, I'd probably shoot this yellow in the side pocket just because it's going to get me position where I can run out. If he shoots up in the corner at the combo, I'm not sure where he's going to even get his next shot.
Well, I'll tell you this, there's no way at all that Zangetsu's ever contemplate trying to cut this yellow into the side. You talking about this other yellow? The one that's to the left of the black?
No, I'm talking about the yellow that's right next to the cue ball.
Oh, there's no way he's playing that shot, never.
Yeah. Well, the problem with the shot he played is this. I mean, it's, the question is can you run out? He wasn't going to get the cue ball in a good spot. He's lucky he's got any kind of shot at all on that one up near the corner. And He could shoot the one that's down table. I might do that. I might cut the other one at the other end of the table, because even if he misses it, he can hang it in front of the pocket. I don't think I'd shoot this one in front of the pocket.
He's got to flush this to get it in, which he has done.
Yeah, well, it's just too tough. It's too tough getting position is the problem.
Yep. And he's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I would have cut this other one down at the other end of the table at the corner pocket, and if it doesn't go in, you cut it at the speed it hangs, and then you've got more blockers. What he just did is he gave up potential blocker there for, he's hoping he gets a shot there instead of knowing, because there's no way you could have known that you were going to get a shot off of that thin cut at that angle, the way these balls are.
He's hoping to cross bank this and avoid a double kiss. No, he hasn't.
Just fixed to say that, Steve. He was hoping again, and he was hoping he was going to get position on that ball in the top corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, now that's more of a strategy mistake. It's both a strategy and a pattern. I mean, I would have played a shot that even if it didn't go in, it improved the table position. So Cobra should win from here, and I'd say his chances are pretty good. There's absolutely no trouble on this table. I guess that's kind of commentator cursing him saying that, but...
Well, I mean, he deals with the red that he's looking at up the way, not that one. And he can drop it in and play those two reds that are up the table. And then, he's going to deal with this one, because this is maybe the troublesome one simply because it's close to the 8, which is not a bad move, but...
Yeah, I think he's just going to come out to the center of the table here. He went over there. I thought he'd come out with the center and shoot this other red up here so he could get on these other two and leave that one he's looking at now for last. Yeah, I didn't like that play. I would have tried to get in the middle of the table and shot that other red, because it gets you on the two reds down at the end of the table. I mean, he'll probably get there anyways. But that ball he just shot was a nice ball to shoot for the last ball, because you just stop it and you're right on the 8 on the side.
What's the odds on him hooking himself behind the yellow?
Oh, he's not going to do that. I mean, he's too good a player to do that. That was the times he's done that, he was hoping, but he didn't need to hope there. That was a simple situation. I mean, one thing about Cobra is, he's played enough, he executes well enough, he's got a good enough idea where the ball's going that when he's making those mistakes, he's doing it to himself, because, he knows the problem's there, and he's like hoping. There was no problem. I mean, he'd have to have a brain fart to mess that one up.
Well, we are about 3.5 minutes away from the other match this afternoon between Markshark and Potman. Cobra's 2 away. And how's that 8 ball sitting? Well, the yellow obviously has to go. But what do you choose here?
I think you almost have to take the yellows. I mean, they're both okay.
That yellow down there, Steve.
Yellows.
Yeah, the yellow down here into this corner, that's the one you play to nudge the other yellow that's next to the red, and get the yellow into play, hopefully. But you've got a good ball to get to deal with that problem. So the yellows...
I agree. They both work, but I like the yellows better.
Yeah. And it looks as if he's going to leave the second last yellow on the left-hand side up top, and then cut the yellow into the corner and leave himself on the 8. So he should be out here. It all hinges on the hit on this breakout shot. That'll decide the rack.
Yeah, I agree. He does have some balls up table that are going to help him. So, I mean, you want to shoot it now. You want to move that ball now because you've got balls up
You've
table
still got
that
a bailout, yeah.
give
Agree
you
with
a
you.
shot.
That's exactly what you should be doing because you've got the bailout. You don't want to leave that as a critical shot and then you've got nothing.
And he's got an angle he can shoot it right now.
Well, doing it this way is not bad either because he can push the yellow towards his pocket.
No, but that's not what he's doing. He thinks he's got too much angle on this ball into the corner.
And
yeah.
Well, now it's gone funny.
Yeah, I would have done it the other way because I thought the other way was more controlled. The way the angle, because you're coming in the other way, you're coming into the ball like more parallel to the rail. When you come into the ball from the high side and balls are near the rail, they can double kiss, they can bounce funny. You have to hit them harder to get them to separate. So I like the other shot just because it was more controlled.
Well, this is going to be interesting because now he's had to replot his route. So if he's going up top, he obviously has got no shot at the moment down here. Up top, he's taking that one.
Now he's going to shoot the combo.
Yeah.
Now he's going to, and I mean, this is an easy combo, and he's going to come up with a shot on the combo ball for sure. All he has to do is roll this. I mean, the only problem here is he's going to bump the red, unless he puts inside English on it. I'm pretty sure he's going to bump the red. Oh, he hit it really easy. Well, that was one way to avoid the red, is hitting it super easy, but he didn't hit it hard enough.
Well, Zangetsu, if he plays his outside red, he can bump it into the rail and block the corner pocket up top.
Well, I think Cobra is probably out here. There's not, I mean, those two reds next to each other, there's a slight issue there, but...
Well, Cobra's in the reds. I've fallen asleep here. I'm thinking Cobra's in the yellows. I've had a Steve moment there.
Yeah. And I just commentator cursed Cobra because first thing he did was dog it. All right. Well, if Zangetsu can't win from here,
well, don't say anything, Steve. For goodness' sake, you're going to jinx the guy. Let's just let him go on with it.
Well, you just got to decide here what you're going to do. Me personally, I'd slide behind it along the end rail. I wouldn't have shoot the combo, and this is why, because you're turning the cue ball loose. That's why I wouldn't have shot the combo. I would have slid behind that other ball. I would have stunned it, and but if you don't have confidence of where the cue ball is going, that you can execute it, that's why you shoot the combo.
I don't like this. I I would have to take that yellow first, the one that's next to the 8, to get out, because
I think he almost has to. I mean, he's sitting funny, but the problem with this one up here is he's going to run into the red, so he needs to. What he really needs to do is he's going to have to hit this with speed, and I'd plan on hitting the red near the rail first, because if you hit the other one, you're going to end up, like that one. But he didn't hit it with a lot of speed. Because if you hit that other red first, then it comes around and goes behind the 8 ball and runs into that other red, and you're trapped. Right, so at least he got the correct ball first. He managed to come out with a shot, a little lucky because he could have snookered himself on either one of those reds.
Yeah, he just sort of drops this in and comes out to the left slightly. That's all he needs to do. If he starts wanting to move this cue ball to some sort of better position, he's going to be in trouble probably.
All you have to do is cut this to the left a little, and it's going to come right up, He just wants to stay on the left side of the table and leave a cut on that 8 ball. Something like that.
That'll do it.
But he's trading games with Cobra, which when you're down 11-4, that's not going to do it.
Well, Potman and markshark should be underway. Let's have a quick look. There we go. They're started.
Yeah, 0-0. What do you think of that match?
Oh, that's a toss of a coin, I think.
Good. That's great. It's nice having close matches.
It really is a toss of a coin because both players will do daft things. But as I said, I think Potman is much more comfortable with this game than 9-ball. I think he likes this game. Maybe the normal 8-ball US, which he's more used to, but I think he likes the strategy part of this game. So what have we got? A ball in the break.
Yeah. I thought he played pretty well his last match. If he plays like he played his last match, he probably should be the favorite.
Yep.
I think that's a good choice. I'm not sure about where he just put the cue ball, though.
Yeah.
I would have taken reds too, but that cue ball is not in a great spot. So the shot here is cut that ball in the side pocket, and you really want to put some right English and try to get it to rotate and run around 2 rails behind those yellows and come out. Maybe shoot that other one in the side.
Well, he might be able. Let's have a look at that other red. See if he actually got lucky and dropped behind the other red. He could play it as a combo into the one on the side.
Yeah. Now, if you don't put any English on that one on the side because you're jacked up, you're probably going to run into something, but that still might be okay. I'd probably not put any English on this just because it's jacked up.
He might run into the yellow that's up near the corner pocket.
He can cut it thin enough he won't.
He's run into
he went into the thick side of the pocket. That's the problem. He needed to cut that. See where the ball went in the pocket? It's the thick side.
Mm-hmm.
He could have avoided that yellow with just straight top if he had gone thinner on it. So, I mean, on that shot, that's what I would have done is thinner and no English just because, you know, when you're jacked up, the cue ball curves, and that makes it tougher to hit a cut shot and make it. But I know where the balls are going, you know. Probably not quite as good in VP as in real life, but,
well,
you know, VP is pretty good as far as that. You know, it's just I don't play on these tables a lot.
Here's the critical shot. The breakout with the backup ball over the side pocket. This is a shot to win the rack.
Yeah, this is close. This is I think he can make it, but this is tight.
Oh, he's got plenty of room to pot it. He's just got to get the, you know, little. Well, that ain't it. That ain't it.
I'm not sure why I didn't try to just stun that over. Again, it's understanding this cue ball's light. It's easy to get that ball to move sideways. Wow. Well, now he's going to have to come up with something really good. I mean, he can get into this. He can go 2 rails and get into this. The problem is coming up with a shot on a red.
Well, this knuckle's going to do him, though. He's hitting the knuckle. You don't know how the cue balls come off this knuckle.
Well, maybe. I think he can get by it, you know, stun it with left and get by it. Well, he just came out a little too shallow.
Yeah, well, good luck
he
with
may
this.
Have been thinking about that knuckle too, Hugh.
Yeah, he sort of slid off. But, well, I think this is just give it an old heave-ho and hope you get lucky. I don't know where you're going to go to try and keep this safe.
You can cut this ball in the other corner. The problem is the scratch.
Yeah.
This ball does go in that other corner.
He's right over
the
ball.
I'm not sure you can avoid the scratch. Well, that's what he tried, but he hit it thick. How'd he come out? Not so wonderful. Well, this looks a lot like it's going to be 12-5. Now, in this situation where the guy's got 1 ball and it's not in the center of the table, you can be patient. If you get funny on something, then you just wait. You know, that's what Cobra should do. He should try to run this out. If he gets funny, he can just wait.
He wants to, whether he's happy with the angle just to hold. I think he should be fine to hold and take that in the side, drop down on one of those 2 yellows.
Yeah, that's a good choice. The fact that he could get to this one and then, get to those 2 yellows, which are, you know, 2 balls together like that are always going to be a little funny. Best not to leave them till last.
Now, what does he do? Does he take the one to the left and roll through, take the other one into the side, or is he going to go forward?
I'd stun the one that's straight in. Yeah, that's what he did. So he's got to decide here whether he's going to shoot this yellow on the side, which is probably what I'd do.
Yeah.
Yep. Because it's just, guaranteed position, and from there it's very makeable.
Cobra's breaking for the match.
Yeah, see that's what Cobra does well from playing 9-ball and straight pull and stuff, is he plays pretty good patterns. And it's such a huge advantage. I mean, that's the big advantage Albin has, is he plays good patterns. And really, I think Zangetsu's strategy has probably been as good as Cobra's, but his pattern play hasn't been, and his execution hasn't been.
Yeah. Well, ball in the break, and the match is over here. I'm sticking my neck right out on the line, putting the pressure on Cobra, but look at these reds. I mean,
that's commentator Chris for sure.
Oh, this is done and dusted, folks.
Well, you would think he would run out here. I mean, there's not really any issues.
I mean, that red goes past the yellow for the little combo. Not a problem.
Yeah, he's got to decide when he wants to shoot that.
He wants to do that now, I think, because he doesn't want to be running out of balls up the top of the table. He wants to deal with this now.
Yeah, the problem now is it's a little tricky rolling this. Yeah, he hit it good. All right, he's good. Yep. Yeah, I think he wants to shoot that one in the pocket now. Now, the only bad thing here is position's a little dicey because...
See, before he played that shot, Steve, I think he was seriously thinking about this red here, first of all, because, he had a straight-in shot on it. I think now the worry is that he's deep in the pocket and he's just got to get the cue ball out. And she's a wee bit short, so this is where it might go a bit dodgy. At least he's going to block.
I'd be run into that other red here, which I think is pretty natural. I think he can just roll this and bump that other red towards the pocket. Yeah, with a normal cue ball, it would go too forward. But with this cue ball, I think, as long as he hits at the right speed, I think he'll hit that other red dead on.
Well, the worst that's going to happen is he's going to block the pocket, I think.
Yeah, you just... This is where that difference of weight in the cue ball will really show up, is on this kind of shot.
Yeah, that's perfect. A good pace.
And he chose the right pace to get that full hit, and that's what he wanted.
Just a little gentle dink, and the only thing he doesn't do is when he what angle he leaves on that last red, he doesn't want to be meddling with the yellow on the left side.
The yellow's not a problem because, if you're going to run into it, you run into it and move it. You just don't want to roll up against it. You decide what you're going to do. You're either going to hold this with a lot of inside, or you're going to run into that yellow with enough speed that it's going to bump it.
Oh, he's
lucky he got a shot. I mean, when I say bump it, I mean come off the rail and hit it full, not go behind it.
Yeah. Well, Cobra's through. 13 racks to 5. Quick look at the bracket to see how that shapes up.
That cue ball is lighter than the other ones. That's the way it is in real life too.
So Cobra's now lying in wait to play the winner of Albinario and Larry, and Albinario and Larry's next Saturday evening at 8 p.m. Meanwhile, we have the match between where the hell is it in the bracket? There he is, Potman and markshark. Well, they're 12 minutes into their match, and it's still only 1-0 according to the bracket. So let's get in there.
Yeah, it's about to be 2-0.
Right. Well, with that, I am going to go and get something to eat, so I'm going to leave. If Rob's still there and Steve is here, I'm going to leave you two guys to go on with it. I'll go and get something to eat.
Okay.
And I'll be back in a bit, because I need food. I can't watch all of this for 2.5 hours and then go and get something to eat before I go to bed.
Sure. Well, yeah, Sharky 9 it is, because it's a coin table, although that's only part of the reason. I mentioned this before, and this is the difference in how people in the UK think versus how Americans think in the US. In the UK, tradition is valued more than it is here. So there's no reason with today's technology that that ball has to be smaller and lighter, but that's the way it's been for a long time, and they don't want to change it. So in the U.S., we had balls that were one was like a bowling ball. It was heavy. It was bigger than other balls. Looked like a bowling ball when you're playing. It looked huge.
Yep.
And the other technology was they had a magnet in the center of a ball that was the same size as the other balls, but it was also heavy because of the magnet. So that's how it was in the U.S. back in the 80s.
The mud
And
ball.
now, well, I wouldn't, mud ball I usually refer to as clay balls, but, you could say that. So in the U.S., now that we have the technology to not do that, we have a cue ball that's the same size. It's just a normal cue ball, same size, same weight. But in the UK and all the games like that, snooker, golf, all the stuff that came out of England and Scotland, it's always been like that. That they didn't want to change it; they wanted to keep tradition. And you can argue whether that's good or bad, or I'm sure there's positives and negatives to it, but that's sort of why, it is the way it is still today, is they just want to keep with the same thing.
Yep.
Well, I don't know these guys blackball. I mean, I've seen them both play. I'm assuming Potman's got more experience in it. Do you know anything about these guys, Rob?
I know that Mark plays good pocket billiards. I think Potman's going to have more advantage here for more black ball experience. And according to his last match, he played really well, played a lot of good strategy, a lot of safeties when he needed to play them. He should be the favorite here.
Well, he started out like the favorite. He's up 2-0. So we'll see what Mark does here. I mean, he's got to figure out a way to get that one ball loose. He can always play a shot behind off the rail and bump the red out of there and put his ball in front of the pocket if he wants to. Either got to get that loose or play table position. If you're going to play table position, you don't want to wait too long to do it. You want to leave your other balls on the table.
In this position where he left himself now, he probably should try to cut that ball down the rail for table position and block the pocket, because he left himself with not a very good
I agree.
cue ball. Without a very good.
At this point, it's try to block the pocket. Do not keep making balls. And I think he's playing like the typical strategy of someone that hasn't played a lot of 8-ball. Because even if he does make this ball and then put the other ball in front of the pocket, he has no balls left. So that's just a huge disadvantage in table position when you get rid of all your balls.
Right, you give your opponent the advantage. He's got all those balls to work with to break that ball out and get the pocket open again.
Yeah. So now he's going to shoot the shot that he should have 4 balls ago. He should have left 4 yellows on the table and then done this. At this point, you're almost better off blasting this, doing a stub blast and trying to get lucky, because it's really a loser from here just to block that pocket.
Well, he did block the pocket, but I don't think it's going to help him a whole lot.
Well, the thing is Potman can just make a ball and then put his red in front of the pocket. I mean, there's, this is simple. Make a ball and put your red in front of the pocket, and then what is he going to do? I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to lose.
Potman also has the option to really hook him up in that corner over there.
Yeah, he could do that too. Try to get a free ball. He's got a couple different things he could do. But, Instead, he looks like he's making the same sort of mistake.
Would make this ball and just roll down there and then go for the safety and just try to get that free ball where I can get that yellow out of there easy.
Yeah, I think he's already played the wrong strategy, but he could still win from here.
He's on the wrong side of those two balls.
Well, at this point, you got to take a whack at this yellow off the rail and try to make it. The problem is not scratching.
Right. He would have been better to have played the previous shot easy and just rolled it down there on the inside of those two balls and left it behind the red, almost frozen the red on the other side.
Yeah, that was tough not to scratch, but if you weren't going to scratch, you're going to have to hit that at pretty high speed to have any chance. So, it's looking like 3-0 Potman. I think he can handle this.
The way it's sitting, it should be. But you like myself, you've seen easier runouts get missed.
Oh yeah, I mean it's nothing's ever guaranteed, but I think this is about as guaranteed as it gets. See, I don't like leaving balls hung in a pocket for last, mainly because of these round corners on the pockets.
And again, with him having more black ball experience, he's more familiar with that than say someone that's not.
Well, there it is, 3-0 Potman. Yeah, I think execution-wise, these guys are probably pretty close, but strategy-wise, it looks like Potman's got a big advantage. But that's why you play in these things and stuff is to learn how to play better. I mean, I don't care who you are. I've got a buddy that's a really strong 8-ball player. When they started the IPT league once upon a time, a lot of the pros hadn't played a lot of 8-ball, and 2 or 3 of them came to him to teach them how to play 8-ball because they're going to go have to play against all these Filipinos and who do understand how to play it. Some Americans, some Europeans.
Yeah. So they was talking about that guy bailing out a while ago against playing semi-pro. I don't understand that. I don't care if I feel like the man's going to trounce me. I'm still going to play him.
Yeah, you got to play. I mean, it's an opportunity to learn. I'll tell you a funny story. There's a guy in the UK that I was doing a little business with, and he asked me when the IPT came out. He said, "Well, who's going to win?" He said, "Do you think the guys in the UK have a chance?" And I told him, I said, "Well, here's what's going to happen." I said, "The Filipinos are going to win the most, and Efren's going to win the most of the Filipinos. And the only guy in the UK that has a chance is Appleton. And the only other guy I know in Europe that plays 8-ball well is at the level he needs to is Thorsten Holman." And he said, "Isn't Efren too old?" And I said, "Well, no, he still plays good." And that's exactly what happened. Efren won triple the money than anybody else. Manalo won an event. The Filipinos did real well. I think Thorsten Holman won one event. Which friend, Steve? I don't remember his name. It was Matt something. You mean which friend was the guy that can really play 8-ball? That would be Frank the Barber. Really strong 8-ball player. I'll tell you how strong Frank the Barber was. They wouldn't let him play. Well, he won the team championship a couple times. He won the individual BCA championship as an amateur. They let him play as an amateur, and then they wouldn't let him play in the senior. Yeah, Almanza. So they wouldn't let him play in the senior until he was Oh, shoot. The first time they let him play, I think he was about 65, and 50 is the age limit. They let him play 1 year. I think he came in third, and they banned him again. And then they let him play when he was like 72, and Mike Massey wins it, and Frank gets knocked out. I mean, I don't remember where he came out up. It wasn't a real high finish. And they banned both of those guys, Massey and him. And he says to CSI, he says, well, he goes, I understand you banning Mike Massey. He won, but why are you banning me? And they said, well, we looked at the first 5 matches. They're races to 5. He said, Mike Massey won his first 5 matches 25-17. So he won 25 games, 5 races to 5 to 17 for games for his opponents. He said, you won yours 25-2. So think about that. You play 5 races to 5 to in 8 ball, and you only give up two games.
Wow.
So they banned him again, and now he's 83, I think, and he still can't play in it.
Damn.
But yeah, phenomenal 8 ball player.
Yeah, we were talking about the league earlier. I had a guy the other night. We were playing last Thursday, and I was over talking to the other team. Just know the captain real well. Really, really fine pool player. Plays really well. He had just moved up a skill level again. Said, well, that's gonna mess up all my teams. So he's pretty much telling me he don't care who he's gonna play. He's not playing to win. So I went and told my captain. I said, Joey's going to play last. I said, you're going to play him. I said, I'm not playing him, and he's not going to play his game.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter in pool league. I think, I don't even care about pool league. I know my teammates don't want to hear me say that, but it's just social. But, I'm giving up big. I mean, I'm a 9 in my pool league. The next highest guy in the whole league is a 6. And there's a bunch of people that are,
With Joey he had just moved back up to a 7. He bounces 6'7", 6'7". He stays a 6 because he wants to be a 6, not because he wants to because he can't be higher.
Yeah, well, those leagues, some of them are better than others as far as being fair. We've got some good players on our team, and it does give us a little advantage, but we don't win all the time. I mean, we're giving up tons of points, so it's hair big. I'm not a huge fan of leagues either, but I mean, it's a social thing. It's a fun thing with my friends, and
It is.
I never bick over handicaps. I don't really care. I think I've seen more bickering over handicaps in APA leagues than any of them.
Oh yeah.
I think there's more sandbagging in APA than some of the other ones, but
That's what I was referring to. It was an APA match.
yeah, there's a lot more sandbagging, I think, in APA that I've seen. I've seen some 4s in APA that played pretty good, and like play like 6s.
We got a bunch of them like that here where I live. A bunch of them.
But I mean, it's hard playing in this handicap shit. I played in a tournament a couple weeks ago. I was going to 9. The handicap was what my opponent went to, so I went to 9 every match. The matches I played, my first match, my opponent went to 4, my second to 5, my third to 2, my fourth to 2, my fifth to 4, and my sixth to 3. So, try playing like that. It's a 9-ball tournament. You hang up a 9-ball, and it's traumatic and we're playing on these diamond 8-foot tables that did hang balls up a lot. I mean, if you didn't hit the ball clean in the pocket, it was liable to hang up. So it was. It's always tough giving up all that kind of weight.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, you can say, oh, the better player always has the advantage, but not necessarily. I mean, I didn't win that tournament. I mean, I could have, but I didn't. But ain't no automatic win because I'm the best player in the room. I can tell you that. We're giving up a ton of games. And it's going to be the same way in our leagues. We're giving up, there's going to be guys giving up a lot of games in some of these races or, major money balls.
Correct. And if you seen what Simi put in there, it said he would pick Cobra, Bill, himself, Mal, and somebody else. I said, well, you show up with a team like that, how many people are you going to actually get to participate? So we don't have no chance of winning.
Well, he won't be able to do that because there's handicap limits.
That's what
there's rating limits, so you can't just try to stack a team. You're going to have to pick some people that are lower, and that's part of it. And try to make the league competitive, not like so you can stack a team and win for sure. It's not going to be like that.
Right, because stacking a team is easy to do. I mean, if it's allowed.
Well, if the handicapping system works well, even stacking a team doesn't guarantee you're going to win.
Not a guarantee, but you a strong favorite. We played a match a couple of years ago, probably 3 years ago now. I had been going through some illness stuff, and it came up to the last match. My captain was a 9, just like you. And the last match come up, they threw a 5. And I said, no. I said, Troy, you're the guy to play. You've been playing better. You've been playing more consistent than me. And what wound up at the end, the guy shits the 9-ball in.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can have a good team. We took a team to the Valley League thing in Vegas one year that, me and another guy on my team were probably the best players in the whole thing out of, 800 players playing or something, and we did not win. We had 2 guys that were probably the best players in the whole place, and we didn't win. So it's no guarantee that you're going to win because you have really good players on your team.
Oh, absolutely not. And being a team event, everybody's got to do their part.
Yeah, he ended up winning the 8-ball. I came in, I think, 11th out of 450 players, and I came in like 8th in the 9-ball, and he came in like 16th out of around 300 players, I think.
So here's a funny story for you. I had a team captain. We made it to the playoffs in the USAPL 10-ball. I sat up there for 12 hours that day. He didn't play me not one time because I'd been playing bad or not up to my abilities, and he held me out the whole time in playoffs. Then made the comment at the end of it when we won first place that he was going to play the roster the same way in Vegas. So he's telling me I'm going to Vegas to watch.
Yeah, that's when you say forget it.
So we wound up all going to Vegas, him and the co-captain on a different team.
Uh-oh.
Listen to this. I'm the only one out of that whole roster that won any matches. He lost his, the co-captain lost hers, and the 4 remaining members on the team that we had to have together all lost theirs. I'm the only one on the whole roster that won.
Yeah, well, I mean, that kind of crap can happen. We've taken some good teams. I played in BCA once, and all I did was have people complain about my Fargo index because I play probably around a 700, and I was playing as 530 because I never play in any BCA stuff. I mean, the only BCA I played was to qualify for the league, and all I did was go in there and beat balls around the league and lose. And, I came in, my Fargo was 530, and there are limits in the BCA on Fargo average.
Right. It's
So,
I think Fargo is for a team is 2375.
yeah, so there were a lot of complaints, and because we had some other guys on the team that were pretty high Fargo ratings, and but I mean, it's not like I sandbagged my way to rating. I just had hardly any games. I had not played. I don't play pool. I mean, I don't play like in BCA tournaments. There's no
Right.
BCA leagues here except that one at that one time. There's not any here now. I don't go play hardly any tournaments that they count for Fargo rating. Although, you know, I think they're counting more now. I think if I was playing any pool, I probably would get zinged on it, because I think a lot of the tournaments that I've played down in Florida are now counting. But I don't know how CSI does that. Luckily, complaining never happens in VP4. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think the complaining in VP4 is all that bad compared to real life.
Absolutely.
You get a lot of people bitching and whining in real life.
Yeah, and the APA is the worst.
Yeah, yeah. And I know the APA people pretty well. We've cut deals with them and stuff before. I mean, I knew the woman that has the APA franchise in Orange County, California, which is a huge franchise. It's I don't know, in Orange County, there's probably a couple million people live there. She's got the APA franchise there.
Yeah, that's pretty good size.
Uh-oh. We got the fail music.
I'm back.
There he is.
When do you ever hear me complaining?
You're Scottish. That's in your nature.
I've just had I just nuked a chicken Penang curry,
Don't say that. I love Penang curry.
which was lovely.
That's my favorite.
And there was a big slice of lemon on top. Not lemon, lime. So that once it was nuked, you just squeezed the lime over the top. It's beautiful.
Oh, God. Yeah, you're making me hungry talking about Penang. Well, it's looking like it's going to be 4-1 here, because I got to figure that Potman's going to get out here.
This is Potman we're talking about. Potman can find ways not to get out.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's definitely decisions here. I would not be shooting this combo. You got to shoot this ball in the side pocket. And I would play shape for the ball in the corner. I'd like to get it around the head string, so I had a little angle and come up table.
Yeah. Well, he did the right thing there, because I thought for a minute he was going to try and play the combo down the rail, and then the red ball was going to lock up against the 8-ball, and he was dead in the water.
He doesn't have any angle, so, this shot's a little tougher, but still, he's considering going this way, which may not be bad, because you can bump the 8 towards the other pocket. See, now this I wouldn't do, trying to get straight. This you can get funny with them this close. I would have left angle and bumped the 8 towards the other corner pocket. Oh, okay, that's fine. He was an angle he could draw out. That was fine.
He'd have been better to come further down, though, where he could just shoot it and come off the rail and come over behind it real easy.
Well, he got out there, Hugh.
Yep. 4-1 up.
Well, Semi might take issue with Stub one pocket slim. Those two don't seem to like each other that much. Well, let me revise that. Stub doesn't like anybody, and Semi also doesn't like Stub.
Well, it's got to be the yellows.
Yeah. You would think that he'd play the yellows. He's going to have to shoot the ball in front of the pocket right now, which he did, and he's got his 8-ball tied up. Let's see, does it go in either pocket?
Well, I don't know why he didn't just pot the yellow and run into the red that was there or there and hope for the yellow into the side. Mind you, the yellow in the side doesn't go now. I don't know whether it did in the first place. It maybe did, but the red's been moved.
Well, guess what? That 8-ball doesn't go in either corner. So that's going to have to be moved. Well, we've already figured out that markshark is the guy that is less versed in 8-ball strategy.
Yeah, markshark's predominantly 9-ball.
Well, if Potman wants to, he can shoot the red next to the 8 right now. If you're going to do that, you got to be confident you can run out. And
what was the final score in that match with Cobra and Zangetsu? 13-5, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, it was pretty one-sided. More one-sided than I expected. Well, he is going to shoot this, and I think he wants to get position on the red that's blocked by that other yellow and shoot it up table. And that is what he's trying to do. So he's going to get the rest of his trouble out of here, and he can shoot this shot. Don't shoot the one in the side pocket. Shoot the one up there in the corner. Even if it doesn't go in, this is your chance to get it out of there. And if it doesn't go in, you've got that pocket completely blocked. See, this I see as a mistake, shooting this one on the side.
See, I think there's an inherent fear that somehow Potman's thinking that had he played that shot, he was giving markshark a free go and thinking he's likely to run out. Well, he's not where that yellow is down in the bottom rail.
Yeah, it just he should have shot that ball up table, and if it didn't go in, he had 2 balls right in front of the pocket. Yeah, instead he plays a shot that really isn't productive because he didn't block the pocket. So, yeah, I mean, he's still probably going to win this game. He's got table position, but he's just reduced the chance of that some.
Now,
Yeah,
Mark's falling asleep. Oh no!
Yeah, I think he's just unsure what to do. You know, if you haven't played a lot of 8-ball and you get in this kind of situation, it's like, what should I do? Should I make balls? Should I play position? I mean, you got to have a plan to run out here, and there's only one ball that's a problem, and that you can get to that, but you got to come up with a plan of how you're going to do it.
Well, I think he tried to come down into the short side there.
He's fine. He can get to it right now. All he has to do is hit this ball in on a long rail and slide the cue ball straight across, and then he plays the combo. Now, it's a mistake to shoot that ball and play the one in front of the pocket first, because this is your chance. You just got to hit this with some left English, and it'll come straight across. And remember, this cue ball is a little lighter, so even though it looks like it might be hard to get it there.
Why is he not seeing that shot? I mean, that's the most obvious shot to play, and the best shot that's ever going to get you on that yellow in the short side of it. And he's totally ignored it.
Well, I don't know why people don't see shots. I'm going to assume it's just experience and playing.
I mean, let's be honest, the cue ball's only going one direction if you cut that yellow. Nice and gentle, the cue ball's dropping over to the right, then it's just a natural path the cue ball's going to go, and he's just sailing up the creek without a paddle here.
Well, the shot to play here is the bank. I mean, the bank's a winning shot. And just bank this ball. And that's what he's looking at. You need to use a little bit of English, because this one's going to want to hold because you're coming across it. So you've got to put some English on this ball, or you're going to bank it short.
I was just about to say that the knuckle's in the way of the line he's taking.
Yeah, you need to spin that in.
And he didn't.
Anyway, that all went wrong from the first the shot that he didn't play. Staring you right in the face, and it just baffles me why he didn't play it.
Well, he hasn't. You're talking about a guy that's mainly playing 9-ball, and you get in these games where you got a lot of choices and patterns, and you can see him taking time trying to figure out what to do. It's just not that easy when you haven't played it much.
The thing is, Steve, if that was the 3-ball that was sitting here, and the 4-ball was over here, and he would have still played the same shot. He would have played the right shot in 9 ball, I think, and cut across because he knew he was going to have a shot in the 4. But I don't know. I can't work them out. It just totally confuses me. I mean, if you've played enough games of any game, and you can see that the natural path of the cue ball is coming across into the short side, then you instinctively play it. You just don't sort of ignore it. You instinctively play the shot.
Yeah, see, I don't get this shot. I don't get why he didn't bank that yellow. He had a chance to bank that yellow and make it, and he gets, even if he doesn't make it, he gets that ball out of there. That ball's doing no good because Potman's red is not blocked by that, and his yellow is. I mean, he should have banked it right then while he had a perfect angle to try to make that bank shot. So all he's done now is give Potman bigger table advantage. Well, I think the shot here is to try to play the red off the yellow.
Well,
he could play the combo too.
Just to get it to the pocket.
I like the red off the yellow, but I mean the combo's okay. It's just a little harder, I think, to come up with a shot.
Oh, Potman's got plenty of time. Well, that's not the shot. He's going to have to play the combo now.
He executed it, but now what's he going to do? I mean, this is where I would just cut this over by the other corner pocket and let the cue ball go down to the end rail.
Yep.
Back cut this at the other corner pocket and let the cue ball go down to the end rail. And I don't think markshark's going to win from there.
Combination is definitely not the way to go.
No, because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that wasn't a terrible idea, but I mean, because he hit it at a speed where he left it in front of the pocket.
Marksharks.
Neither one of these yellows are no give me.
That wasn't a terrible idea what he just tried to do, although that was probably going to end up in a stalemate.
Well, he's made it awkward to get the proper sight on this red. That's one thing he's done.
Not really. I mean, this is a natural angle. You run off the end rail and behind this yellow on the long rail. I mean, again, you just got to know where it's going.
Yeah, and if
you're gonna take the right amount of this red to put on the line to go end rail, and then, whoa, what was that? Yeah, see, that's a stub shot there. Actually, even Stub wouldn't have done that. I mean, that's just not understanding that all you had to do was thin that. You could come 2 rails and get perfect on that other red.
Exactly what you said in the earlier match. It was a hope shot.
Yeah, that was crazy there. I don't get that one.
Well, I don't think he's got the angle to run through and pot this yellow with enough pace where he can chip onto that other yellow that's blocked with the red. I don't know whether, and it looks more like he's going to hit the first red.
Oh yeah, he will. There's no way he can get to that. Because if he hits it at a speed where he can get the line, I don't think he can get the cue ball there, especially with this light cue ball. He might be able to loop around that other red. He's going to have to smoke it with top and get it to go sideways and loop around between the red and the long rail. I think that shot's there. Kind of on that line, but you just got to put a ton of topspin on it, which he didn't. I'm not sure if that shot was possible with that light cue ball. That was going to be tough. But he's got himself in a spot where he's got a bank here.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure he can avoid the kiss. He'd have to hit that with a lot of left English. I think this is maybe a better idea. I like that play because that bank shot was pretty dicey.
Well, I think Potman, I don't know whether he wants to play this gentle. He wants to play this firm and get.
Well, he just needs to get his red out to the middle of the table. That's all he needs to do is bump the red and get out the middle of the table. Yeah, see, that doesn't do Potman any good because his red's still in the spot where it's a problem. He needed to move that red into the center of the table where he was going to have a shot no matter where he was.
Well, he's.
Well, that's a mistake because he can make this and get a shot on his red. He's going to have to jack up and stun it, but, I mean, the shot's there.
Yeah, he's got to go for the kill here.
Yeah, it's not a hard shot in VP at least. I mean, you know, get the. What's he doing? Just shoot it in the other corner, and just the cue ball slides over, and you win.
That's what I was thinking. Just shooting it naturally go to the red in the corner.
All right. Well, I mean, that's not the end of the world. He didn't sell out. At least he left it out there where he's got a shot. I mean, the place he left it's okay. Now, a smart shot here would be to bump that yellow and snooker him. Now, on the other side, he needed to bump that yellow and force Potman to shoot his red in the corner pocket. The problem here is that this is really a stalemate situation. So,
not if Potman back cuts this and banks the red down to the yellow and red.
Yeah, he's going to have to hit it with inside to hold it. If he can't pull his shot off, it's.
I'm with you. He needs to bank it down there, at least
Well,
try to get it back in that area where it was before he shot it out of there on the last shot.
He could
Well,
do
that
it
was
that
the worst
way,
thing he could have done.
He's just going to have to block the pocket now.
Well, Mark played the wrong shot, and then Potman, that's a complete fail. So markshark looks like he's going to win this game. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Potman shooting.
Yeah, markshark's going to win it now. Well,
yeah.
Again, I don't like playing that one first. With this red bin down here, I'd much rather cut that to the pocket. Well,
yeah, I would have left that ball because it was far enough out of the pocket. It was easy to get shape on the 8. From here, it's dicey.
He's dead straight.
Yeah, I would have shot the other one first because that was a case where the ball wasn't hung way deep in the pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this.
Now what do you do? All out for the bank, or do you just try and cover it?
Well, it's not a terribly hard bank. You know, you're going to want to hit this with a little English to help it. Put a little right English on this, and away you go. Well, he didn't put any right English on it, and he didn't get the help because that ball is going to hold. You're going to put a little bit of. You're putting right English on the object ball with that angle you have, so you got to put some right English on the cue ball to counteract that.
Welcome to WizKid.
Hey, WizKid. Well, yeah, I think Mark's playing under his ability just because he's kind of befuddled with this game. Because I've seen him play before, and I know he can play better than this, but he's just kind of going goofy here.
Cue ball.
All right. Well, hopefully Mark understands what free ball is. I mean, if he's taking reds, there really aren't a whole lot of problems except this one ball that is blocked by these yellows over here. So what he should do is move that one red. And I think he's looking at that. Move that one red and then run out. He just needs to nudge this down to the end rail. And I think he's looking at that. Oh, he's putting draw on it. You don't need to do that. Yeah, see. That I didn't like because that was out of control. I think it worked out for him, but he could have just rolled that and nudged it down to the end rail, shot this one in the corner, and it was all good.
I'd be drawing back off this one to get rid of the one that's down this end.
Yeah, I like that idea because that's his biggest problem right now.
Well,
But he's going to do it his way, and it's.
Well, again, see, this is the problem with this shot. The one that he's taken over the pocket. The other one, the one that's in the middle of the table. If he takes that one, he's going to get. Is he going to get caught out with the weight of this cue ball if he's trying to run through? It's dead straight. And there's a slight angle.
Well, he's by making that bad choice, he's made this table way tougher.
Yeah.
Because he's going to end up with his ball hung in the pocket as his last ball, and that's all kinds of things can go wrong. Because even if you get a shot on it, getting a shot on the apron there is going to be a little tricky.
Now he needs to get lucky because I presume he's trying to get on this red up top.
Oh yeah, that's no problem. Remember, it's a light cue ball. That thing is going to draw like crazy. You can't think about this cue ball the same way as like playing 9-ball. The ball is going to break angle and come back a lot quicker.
Now he needs to get right up the table here. He's got no room to maneuver anywhere in the bottom half.
This is natural. This is just a top and some right English.
That'll do it.
But like I said before, this is no gimme getting on this 8-ball.
Now he's got to get out.
Well, it's a touchy draw shot. He needs to draw it like a foot.
Yeah, and of course, you guessed it.
It was just a touchy shot, and that's why he didn't want to leave that ball to last. But he should have done what you said, Hugh. He should have drawn back and gone up table right off the bat.
Yeah,
and
get rid of
then
him.
He could have come down and got rid of the one in the corner pocket, and been in a lot better shape. Well, at least he didn't scratch here, because that's he tried to. That would have added insult to injury. Well, in this sort of situation, yellow should win like really almost every time. I mean,
well, markshark's asking for favors now. That's all he can work on. And when he gets his break, because it's going back to him. The onus is on him to do something positive to try and get back into this.
I'm not sure why he shot that one. I mean, because now the only play is just play safe with this ball that's right in front of you. See, I would not be shooting this ball up table. Actually, the first shot I would have shot was this one on the long rail, and then you get the other one up table. This shot you can hang up and lose the game. I'd play safe here.
Well, now I think he might have been trying to get that one in the long rail to come back out for the.
It's getting funny.
The other yellow.
Initially you had a shot from close range at this one ball on the long rail, and the ball stops, and he's got the other one in the other corner pocket, and he goes from there. Now, he's going to cut it and then have a long shot on something. I mean.
Well, now he
may still run out, but he's not doing it the easy way.
Yeah, he'll end up straight in this one in the rail.
Yeah, straight's okay. I mean, yeah. See, that's the problem with how you're playing it. Is that you leave yourself all those longer shots, and that's not that hard to do. What he just did.
Well, you've got to jack up in this to get a little bit of spin in this cue ball to take away the side pocket here if you're cutting it in the corner.
Well, especially with this light cue ball, there's no doubt that that's no good. You just have to stun it. It's gonna break off pretty hard. You don't have to go way up, but you got to go up a little bit.
No.
But you got to make that ball. I think markshark's about to have a meltdown the way this is going, because I've seen him play, and he's
Yeah, he's certainly better than this.
He must have that ball. Yeah, I think he's just gone goofy because he's not used to this game, and his brain's going at 180 miles an hour. Where'd Hairpig go? He's been awful quiet for a while.
I never even know. Well, he might have come in when I was at getting something to eat.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, oh.
Boy, who wants to give this game away worse? You know, this is a crazy match.
Now he's stuck in the side pocket. Straight in shot in the yellow.
It is fun watching guys that play like this, though, because you never know what they're going to do.
It's also a mild form of torture as well. You know, watching them and then to see them not see the obvious shot. You know, it's torturous watching some of the shots they play. Well, this has got to be out now.
Yeah, well, I've said that about 3 times so far.
It's a long way back now for markshark. Way too long.
Well, you know, I think between his inexperience playing this game and then kind of getting a little rattled by the table and the situations that are popping up, he's just struggling.
Did you never hear of that Vietnamese pool player, Steve? Way too long.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have all seen the news channel from San Francisco with their report on the Chinese airline that crashed.
Yeah. Oh, that was hilarious. That. I mean, this is somebody reading something off of autocue, and that just shows you how dumb the newsreader was because nothing clicked at all with these names. It's hilarious.
I've met a few of the big name news people, and I will say that there are some big name news people that really aren't that intelligent. Now I'm not saying they're all like that because I've met some that are really very, very intelligent, but I wouldn't assume because somebody's on a major network that they're sharp.
No, because all they're doing, reading what's coming on the teleprompter, and she read that and nothing clicked in the brain to say, "Hey, come on," you know. I take it have you guys ever seen that video? If you haven't, you want to Google it, you'll find it, no problem. Oh dear.
Yeah.
All these Chinese names that they're talking about, and nothing clicks in the woman's head. She just keeps on reading the teleprompter, straight face.
Yeah. It's funny, but it's really funny about something that was a tragedy.
Yeah, that's true.
The interns that did that all got fired.
Yeah, sure they would. Definitely.
All right, so I think he managed to get this where he can shoot this one closer to the pocket, and that's the one I'd shoot here. If he's going to shoot this other one, he needs to make sure he gets shape on the same one. As he does not want to leave that to last. I'd be shooting the one that's close to the pocket right now, not this one. All right, he got good. Because if you don't get on this, you just lost the game. That's why I would have shot the other one. It should be. Just a touch of left English, because especially with this light cue ball, you don't want to get into that 8. And he hit it perfect. That's all you needed. Just a little stun shot, and you're good. Yeah, you could actually. Yeah, you could actually just roll it. It wouldn't go forward too much. All right, markshark got another game. Now, maybe he can make a little bit of a run here. I'd like to see him. You know, I don't know how well you guys know him, but he seems like a good guy.
Oh, he's been around for years. There's not many old-time VP players in VP4. There's still a few. Larry's the most obvious one because
Yeah.
he's been at it since day one.
Yeah, Sylvia's been in a lot.
Sylvia.
Cobra.
Steve-O.
Yeah, Steve-O, you, Simon.
Oh, Simon wasn't around as long as any of the other guys. I don't know when Simon appeared. He just sort of popped out of a hole somewhere, a hobbit hole. That's where he popped out of. I don't know when Simon arrived, but yeah, there's still a few. They're dwindling, but there's still a few.
All right, markshark's got his opportunity. He's got to get up table and get behind these balls to deal with the ones that are blocked by that yellow. So ideally, you would shoot this one that's closest to him and stun the ball over the long rail and get behind these balls, because those are the ones you need to get behind to clear out.
Yeah, and the angle's perfect.
Now, you need to recognize that here's a nice little shot to get to the balls that I have trouble with. Instead, he's probably going to shoot the wrong shot.
He's looking all around for some way to get out.
What's he doing? Is he going to shoot the wrong balls? He's sitting there looking at the yellows.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's lost the plot here a little bit.
Oh, you might have to. Yeah, I mean, it's shoot the red and stun it over behind these two that are blocked by this yellow over here.
There's the obvious shot. Look at the angle he's got. Nice little stun. Get yourself into this area, and you'll get a choice of two balls at least. You know, to get, and they're the problem balls you want rid of.
Yeah, so that's just. Yeah. He's already just failed right off the bat by not shooting that shot. I mean, he just does not understand how to play 8-ball. I mean, he obviously hasn't played a lot of it. Doesn't understand the pattern play. See, that's a problem with just only playing 9-ball. There's no pattern play because you can only shoot one ball.
See, the thing is,
there's some lines you have to play and stuff. You don't have a choice like, okay, I got 6 balls. Which one do I shoot next?
Yeah, but I went into a room on my own and set the black ball table, and this snooker cue that you're using, it's like a delicate little wand, because you can play nice little soft, delicate little stun shots and little soft draw shots just to get that soft movement in the cue ball. Now that angle he had to drop in behind it, you know, at least 2 of those reds was a perfect little soft draw shot, little stunny draw, just to drop into that spot. Somewhere around about there would have given him a choice of those 2. Which
we could have run forward on this other one on the side. Now he's got an angle he can't. Yeah. So now he's in trouble and he's going to lose.
Yeah, this is not how to do it, folks.
Well, his best chance here is to hang this red in front of the pocket.
Yeah. This is definitely not how to do it.
Well, he hit a little firm, but he's got a blocker. Now, if you're Potman, you got to figure how am I going to get to this one ball. You know, he's got the one yellow, the one that's closest to him, that if he gets right on that, he's got a good shot at getting to that yellow that's blocked. That's not a bad move. I don't know if he's trying to do it, but that's not bad because he's blocked the 8. Now, if you're markshark here, I would not be shooting the one in front of the red. I'd be shooting. I'd probably be cutting this other one at the other pocket. You know, I don't know if I'd want to cut it for the combo just because you're going to tie too much stuff up. Now, the only problem with cutting this one at the other pocket is that you're going to run into the ones in the corner there like that. The other problem is he just left Potman a shot with his one trouble ball.
Well, Potman's looking around for things, but he knows what he should be doing here.
Yeah, well, this is obvious. You shoot the ball that's blocked. Yeah, I mean, he's still got one ball that's going to be no gimme because he's going to have to get back around for it, and I don't think now's going to be the time. He could possibly slide across and shoot this in the side pocket. I might try that. He's going to have to hit it with a little more speed than rolling it if he's going to do that.
Yeah, that's that's a name I remember. Eye candy.
See, he could have hit that a little harder and just slid right out and had that other yellow in the side pocket. But now the 8-ball's blocked, so.
Well, I know what I'm doing here. I'm just plain and simple going for the bank of the 8-ball. That's it. You've no point in hanging around and trying to prolong a death sentence here. You've just got to go for it. You've more or less lost the rack. So why hang about?
No. Well, that bank on 8-ball is not, a terrible shot. I mean, if you know how to bank, it's not bad odds. I mean, it's probably 50-50 if you're good at banking.
I can't change the laws of physics.
But I don't think he has a whole lot of choices anyways, I mean.
So he was having a bang there to try and get lucky and nudge the 8-ball somewhere.
Yeah, now he's overthinking it. He should just do what you said. Make these 2 balls and bank the 8-ball. That's his best chance of winning.
That's exactly the only thing he's got. He's got nothing else to do. I mean, why bang another ball and try and do something crazy with the 8-ball?
Guys, it's always what shots give me the best chance of winning the game, and that's not it right there. Because here's the thing: is even if your best chance of winning the game is crappy, like 10%, it's still your best chance.
It's still
I mean, you take the best chance, and that's how you decide.
I mean, he's facing a prolonged death sentence here in this rack.
Yeah, he's.
Potman's going to tuck his yellow down and nudge the red out of the way. Get control of the pocket again. Not that he's not got control of the pocket at the moment, but that's what he should be doing.
Yeah, he just wants to get that red out of there so it's easy to make his balls. Doesn't have to hit this hard. Just run it down the rail. Something like that.
That'll do it.
Well, he made his ball too. So now this situation is actually a little tricky.
Yeah.
This is a tricky situation. I would probably play the yellow in the corner and bump the red and then play the combo, because if you go the other way, you can get yourself in real trouble with that red there. I would just shoot this one that's the ball he just shot. See, I would not go that way, because this is tight enough that you can get yourself in trouble where you don't have a shot.
Yeah, he's going to leave himself dead straight. How does he get out for the 8-ball? That's my question.
Well, he may not have a shot in this yellow. He's got a.
He can use the rail a little bit here, can he not? And a little bit of spin.
Yeah, I think he can still get it in. But I wouldn't have gone that way, because there was a good chance that it was going to fail. The other way, bumping the red, it was, as long as he hit that shot well, he was home free. This way, there was no guarantee of anything.
This needs a wee bit of left on it for my liking. I don't like it. I don't like him trying to hit this.
I guess he didn't think he could make it. He must have not thought he could make it.
Well,
and he might not have been able to. But I think he could have hit it harder, and if it didn't go in, it would rattle in the pocket and still stay there. And if it did go in, he's got the 8-ball.
Why is Mark looking up the table? Why don't you just tuck the red and try and go over behind the 8-ball?
Yeah, now what are you playing? Two rail around the red? I mean, this is no good.
I would have tried to dink behind that 8-ball there off that red.
Sure. Yeah, get the red out of there and
because
block him.
Potman would have had to kick the yellow in, and no guarantee he would have a shot in the 8.
Well, I mean, it's obvious that Mark hasn't played this game that much.
Well, we're now in this situation. Potman's this could actually hold the cue ball in the pocket here.
You just got to hit this with speed, and you got to make sure you hit your yellow first. You want to hit this with speed. because you don't want to leave yourself on top of that red.
I'll tell you the other struggle's a line, and there you go off it. What the commentator's eye said it.
Yep. Yeah, that was a possibility.
So, from death's door, Markshark is going to get another one back.
Well, Markshark did just about everything wrong that rack. I mean, the last shot wasn't a bad shot. I mean, but he put himself in a situation where he had to play that. But yeah, Potman should have won this a long time ago. And so now it's 6-3. So Markshark's making a little comeback. You know, Potman's made enough mistakes that
well, it was a strange way to get there, but he got it.
Oh, this was a very strange game. There was a lot of strange plays on both sides.
Good evening. Is Cobra? Is that Cobra back, or is
Nope.
that Cobra just arriving?
Sorry about the coughing. I've come down with something. Hopefully not COVID, but not that I'm around anybody to get them sick.
That's my twin brother in the top right-hand corner, by the way.
Yeah, he looks a lot like you.
Cobra's playing Albinario on Saturday night at 8 p.m. It's on the schedule. And more to the point, what the hell's Sharky doing coming into streams and not coming into VP4? It's time he get his backside into VP4 because we need him for the leagues. Right, well, Potman.
Well, he's got one trouble ball that he's going to have to get to pretty soon. I'd be thinking about getting it to it right now, stun that one into the side pocket and slide over.
Did Markshark scratch? He must have scratched. I was too busy looking at the chat.
Yeah,
Potman had a free shot.
So now he's got the same shot again.
Yeah,
maybe he'll finally shoot it. Maybe he won't. But you just don't want to.
Just draw off.
You don't want to shoot these balls. You don't want to shoot all these balls and then come down to the last ball or two to get on that ball.
Draw off this shot and get rid of the yellow right now.
He's not gonna.
I mean, it's plain as the nose in your face. And then he's going to lock himself up onto his yellow. Well, he's okay, but
there's a simple reason why, guys. Because the more balls you have on the table, the more shots you have to get to when you don't get to the place you need to. You know, if you don't get to the place you need to, you got those as escape valves where you can shoot one of them. He may still get out, but he greatly reduces chances of winning. This is a little tricky because he's going to hit the red.
He's running into stuff now.
The best way to play this is probably with right English and go two rails of the cue ball.
Yeah, spin
hit
around
the red
the
and go around the corner.
Exactly. Give it some help in English to get yourself around the corner now.
Well, he's not going to shoot it. He's going to wait. Now, if he doesn't get on this right, he's done. Okay, well, if he's going to do something and not get there, that was probably the best thing he could do is hang it in the pocket.
Well, we're going to end up with a lot of messing about here for another 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be another slow game because of that, because he didn't take advantage of the situation he had. All he had to do, the first shot he had, or the second shot he had, or actually the first he could have gone to that ball, but I think Mark just tried to move those unsuccessfully. So at this point, if you're Mark, you want to play table position because he's not running out from here. Unless he does something amazing. I mean, Stubb might try to run out from here, but, you know.
Oh, Stubb would be smacking balls to get down to these three reds and move stuff.
You know, again, it does no good to make all these balls when you don't have a way to run out. You know.
I mean, the worst thing he could have done is at least get one of these reds out. He could still, I don't know.
Put this red in front of the pocket. Do not make it. See, all I had to do is hang that in front of the pocket, and he's got a blocker on that yellow. I think this is probably going to end badly for markshark this rack, although, we saw Potman have his own problems last rack, so there's no guarantee that it's going to be a Potman win. But right now, I'd say he's a huge favorite.
I'd just be banking that out into the table over to the other side, that red, and doing nothing with those reds at the moment.
Well, he's already done enough wrong that he's in real trouble. That one yellow won't go straight in, but it'll go comboing the one that's hung in the corner. So,
well, why not take a risk? Just bank that red across the table and give Potman the opportunity to try and cut his yellow into the corner and break out that yellow and take the initiative, because that sometimes doing crazy things like that sometimes work out. Well, he's sent the red across, so now Potman has his chance.
At this point, that's a pretty good play at this point. And if I'm Potman, I don't like this situation because it's going to be difficult to move that yellow. I mean, what you really want, if you could get a shot on it, is you want to use that to combo the other one in, because that goes. You can't use that to combo.
I might would, when he shot that across the table, hit it with a little more top and a little more firm and run down there with the cue ball and knock that yellow in.
Yeah, at that speed, though, you wouldn't get the ball to hang. I mean, you got to be confident in that shot. I mean, a good shot if you can pull it off. Now, let's see what he does here. If he's going to shoot this, he needs to bring the cue ball right back where that yellow is. Which he did. He just didn't make the ball. So if I'm markshark, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. He really isn't in a good position.
Play the first red and brush past the yellow to the rail. Again, you can leave Potman a sight on his yellow over the corner. Well, he's not got to a rail, so there's the biggest fail so far in the rack.
Yeah, that's just, he needed to hit the other side of that red thinly. This is
well, it doesn't go on a combination now.
Yeah, he did get rid of that, but Potman's got to decide whether he wants to try to move this ball, and this is a tricky situation. I mean, I think he's got to take this free ball and move this one yellow. He just has to make sure that he doesn't move a red over in front of his other yellow.
I'm come down here on the bottom rail and just shoot that yellow out.
Well, I'm not sure what that was.
Well, for some reason he wants to clear the pocket for the 8-ball, but he's nowhere near the 8-ball yet.
Yeah, I would look to get my yellow out of that mess because...
well, it's a 3-ball combo. And he's got to hit, I would say, if he's going to go full-blooded, he has to hit this firmish for this cue ball to get back up into the table.
Well, he's got to hit it firmish to get that red out away from the pocket, too. He's got a chance to get a shot on his yellow. He tried to play some sort of carom shot, and that didn't work. So he's giving markshark a chance to win. I think he can make this red. And,
will it follow in?
I think he can get the red in the pocket here, if he understands how to hit the shot anyways. I mean, it's not a guarantee. The yellow is not way deep in the pocket. I think it's doable, though.
If he shoots it like he's going to try to make it and draws the cue ball back, well, that wasn't the right shot.
Well, I think he's got to be proactive here, Potman. There's no point in leaving his yellow stuck there. He's got to just try and nudge it in and hit this firm and get out.
Well, he can shoot the other yellow and draw back into the red and make it too.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit it straight though. When he wants to be hitting the red, he doesn't want to nudge off the rail, hit the red, and follow the yellow in. Yeah, it looks as if he's banking it.
No, I think I don't know what he's doing.
Well, to me, if I'm playing the bank, I'm hitting it firm because I want that. I want the yellow out the way, the red out the way as well.
I think he just played for table position, which, that's not a terrible shot. I mean, he didn't like the situation. The shot I spoke of drawing back into the red was risky as far as what you come up with after that. I don't think that was a bad play. But
is there a line here, Steve, to cut that in the side and let this cue ball run? No, he didn't give us enough time to look at it. But was there an angle there to run that red into the side and run the cue ball and try and get up here and hit them?
Yeah, that's just this is a stalemate situation here. So I think Potman would take, or Mark would take the stalemate at this point.
Well, I mean, again, Potman should have taken the initiative and made the move. You've got to, you're backing yourself into a corner if you don't make that move. And now, as we say, this yellow's not on. Unless
I think he was trying to break that yellow out there, but he just doesn't understand where the cue ball's going. He would have had to hit that ball thin, and so now you're basically looking at a stalemate situation. I mean,
yeah, I mean, markshark doesn't need to go near his two reds.
Well, what markshark should be doing is putting his cue ball down in front of this corner pocket by the 8 ball, so that he has a ball to break out those other two.
Yeah, he doesn't want to pot it.
Yeah, that was a tough shot to make it there and get around.
Now Potman again could be aggressive and bank this yellow down onto the red. Make a move.
Yeah, I mean, that's not that hard a shot. It's a big target. You got to hit it with some speed to make sure you move the reds out of there and come up with a shot. You don't want to hit this easy, or you're gonna not like what you've got in the next shot. Again, he's banking it the other way. It looks like. What's he doing? What he should be doing is back banking us a little right English. He's going the other way. Yeah, see, I don't like that as much as banking it into the red and trying to make the yellow.
What if that yellow had finished right in the pocket there? Right on the edge of the pocket. What does he do next when he comes to the table?
Yeah, well, it's going to be the same thing here. What is he going to do next? Because if he does make that yellow and come across and run into the red and make the other one, he's probably not going to have a good shot on the 8 ball.
No.
So, I mean...
Well, he's problem solved right away there.
He should have done your idea here first, is bank it into that red-yellow and try to make it. So, he's been saved by getting a free shot, which... This will be hard to screw up from here, you would think. I mean, he's still got to come up with a shot on the 8 ball.
I think the worry would be...
Yeah, I saw that coming.
That he leaves the yellow still on the table like that.
Well, the problem was, he's trying to draw it back, he should have used the other red and just cut it and let the cue ball float right up to the center of the table. I don't understand why he did not.
Can you get in there? Well, he can get in there, but he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that was just...
If he goes in there, he can't get tight in beside the yellow, but markshark is going to see enough of his red. So now what does he do?
Oh, that was a good play given the situation. He should have been out. He shouldn't. This game should have been over. But given where he was, that was a good play.
I would
So,
be. I mean, I'd be letting the cue ball run, bank that. I don't know whether it would work out, but chip that red onto the rail to get it to try and come across this direction and mess up the 8-ball. I don't know whether it's a right line to do it.
I'd be drawing off that red and putting the cue ball on the end rail, because then the only shot he's got is a bank, which will be tough to make with the ball.
That's
that
actually
close
a
to the
better
pocket.
idea. Yeah, play the draw.
He's going to go some other way, which, well, I don't know what he's doing here. Giving another free ball?
Yeah.
Okay, how many free shots does it take Potman to win the game?
Well, the first thing you do is take the cue ball into bulk and nudge the 8-ball
it's like
down
that
to the
joke,
bottom rail.
How many stubs does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Just nudge the 8-ball down to the bottom rail.
How many free balls does it take for Potman to win?
Nudge the 8-ball down to the bottom rail. Leave the cue ball there for the yellow. Hit it dead weight. And then you've got the 8-ball along the rail more or less into the corner.
Yeah, just shoot the 8-ball up there past the side pocket somewhere.
Well, he really wants to lose this. This is just freaking incredible. I mean, Potman's supposed to be the one that's from the UK that understands how to play this game. I mean, what was that?
I mean, you hit the 8-ball down to the rail. I mean, it's going to go in. But, I mean, that's just not the way I would have done it.
Well, the problem is a guy does that, and then he thinks I did the right thing because I won the game.
Yeah.
You know? No, you did the thing to get you winning the game 70% of the time instead of the thing to get you winning the game 98% of the time.
I'm with you on that. I just used that free shot and just rolled the 8-ball up there past the side pocket somewhere, and then turn around, shot that, and stop and shoot and stop.
I just think this is what, again, it baffles me how these players that have played pool games for years in virtual pool, and they can't see a simpler way of doing things. It's just amazing that they do as much as they can to get themselves in bother when there's a simple way if they stop and think about what they're doing. And that's half the battle. And the other problem is just not seeing the shot.
And a lot of them as well have played in real life as well as playing virtual.
Well, that first shot there, Markshark's committed to the yellows, and he's got one yellow up table. He's locked himself to the red. Now, again, you immediately have to be taking it in the middle of the three yellows here. Leave the one over the corner as a bailout, because the 8-ball's over that side. You take the middle one and you stun into the red and yellow and get that yellow in a better place than where it is at the moment. The worst thing that can happen is you're still going to have a cut in this yellow over the pocket, surely. Right, so that's the yellow in place. Now you can take the one up top. You don't want to be. I don't think he wants to be cutting that yellow there, but he just wants to take the one up top and get out into the table.
Right.
Or over to the left side, whatever he wants to do. But anything that doesn't. Now the only worry about this is if he takes the one that's outside here, he's going to have to avoid that red. Well, he's forced into doing it now because he's hooked in the other two. This might work or it might not work. Well, it has worked. Now get rid of that one, the one that you can see, and get himself out into the table again. There we go. I mean, see how easy it is when you actually get there. I mean, he's found the way out this time.
Yeah, well, kudos to him for running out of table, and hopefully it can continue for him. I mean, I think both these guys have really messed up a lot of good opportunities.
Yeah, you see, you didn't do an awful lot of thinking there either, because it was laid out that the blueprint was there. It's just a matter of, and it could have went wrong, but it didn't.
Well, he's got a ball in, and he's got a table that looks really good. I'm assuming he's going to take the reds.
Oh, reds every day of the week for me.
And just a little bit of top right English and come right around the corner of that guy right in front of the pocket. I mean, I would just be thinking run out here.
You just want to get rid of the one that's up the top end here.
Yeah. The only problem is he was perfect at getting rid of that other one, because that other red behind it,
Right.
It goes, but it's tight.
Right, you play into an area here. You get up somewhere by the middle pocket, and if you get rid of the extended one, as you talk about, Steve, right in the middle of the table.
Yeah, well, he's got plenty of balls to play position on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the wrong side of it, but
yeah, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
But I think he's just going to roll forward, shoot this single one in the corner, and then he can play the go around the corner shot on the ball close to the pocket.
Yeah,
so just roll forward here.
Yeah, you've got to roll forward here. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one you can roll too. Cue ball is light. I would just roll this, because getting a little more forward makes it easier to get around the corner.
Yeah.
So, see, he's probably going to stun this, because he doesn't realize this cue ball won't go anywhere. No, he rolled it. That's perfect.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
Now, you want to get this as tight around the corner as you can, because you don't. He's going to come back. I think that's better. At this position now, I think he's going to come back. I think that's a better way to play this. But he didn't come back. Oh, man. He needed to hit that with more draw left and give himself an angle the other way. This is the angle you didn't want.
Well, he's got the inside right on it, so he doesn't want to hit the...
All right, well, he hit that good.
So, all of a sudden, Mark Sharks remembered how to play.
He's going to run out, break and run out.
Two in a row.
Potman's wondering what the heck is going on. Well, that was exciting. I mean, this is
now it's getting interesting.
Well, I think Potman I just keep saying he just needs to be more proactive instead of this dilly-dallying about and moving balls and whatever. And he's paid the price for it. Really, Mark Sharp's got himself in the game.
He's had some chances where he could have been more aggressive, and he didn't. This table is a mess. Nobody's running out here. I think the yellows are the favorite choice, but they're not run out balls either. I think what you do here is you make a yellow and then you play for table position.
Yeah, you duck for cover up behind the 8-ball up that end there.
Yeah, see, now you play for table position. You move one of those yellows that's in trouble, and get yourself in better position. That one that's sitting out in the middle, if you play to the right side of that, you'll bump your other yellow over towards the long rail and free that up. You don't want to make balls here. I mean, he's going to do pretty much the numpty mistake of making balls maybe. I would shoot that one right in the middle of the table, maybe and have to stun a little and get that other yellow over towards the long rail. And then I would leave that to see if Potman can run that out, because where that 8-ball is and all his balls on the other end of the table, that is not going to be easy. I mean, that's the kind of situation where, if you can run your balls out, you're probably going to end up with a bank on the 8. And see, instead he's making balls, and that's no good.
I would just send the yellow around the corner and just stay up thereabouts by the 8-ball.
Well, move one of your yellows. It's in trouble. He's got a chance he can do that. He can move a couple of them. But, instead, he's doing the worst thing that he can do.
Well, he's trying to play pinpoint position here.
Well, I mean, if he can run out, more power to him. I mean, if you can run out, then great. That's what you should do. my opinion of this rack is he's not going to get out, and by making all his balls, he's probably going to lose.
Well, that yellow that's there and to the right of the cue ball, that's the one I'd be just banking into the table and staying down in the corner and let Potman try and run the table. With the 8 ball guarded by the yellow, I think that's the shot to play. Just get this yellow into the table, leave the cue ball down here, and give Potman a choice of shots. He's not going to have a lot of choice of shots, by the way.
Yeah, we see it over and over and over again. Guys making balls when they shouldn't be.
Get this cue ball somewhere into there. Well, he's hit it a lot firmer than I would have hit it, but I mean that isn't bad. He might be in trouble in a minute, but he should have a kick angle to get to the yellows up top, and it's a big target if the worst came to the worst.
Yeah, well,
it's a lot better now than what it was 2 minutes ago.
At this point, I might be even trying to get a free shot. I mean, he can shoot this ball down towards the corner and then bump in between these other 2 reds. He cuts his ball to the right, and he goes right between those other 2 reds and locks them. But he didn't get between the other reds because he didn't cut it enough because he was trying to make it. See, I probably would have played for a free ball there because the problem is that you're going to have to get one probably to deal with that 8 ball eventually.
Now, the angle on this red into the side, does he want to try and run forward on this? He could maybe need, I don't know whether a bit of right English would help him if he got near the rail to where the 8 ball is to try and spin it out. No, he just stunned it.
I don't know what that was because he needed to run out where he had a shot on this ball that's closest to the end rail, and instead he's left himself nothing. So now the shot here is that same ball by the end rail. This is a little tricky because of the kiss. Yeah. That's the problem with this shot is you got to avoid the kiss.
That'll do it.
Okay, he thinned and went behind. That's even better. Problem is he left the shot. He wanted to get the hook. So he could lose on that shot. I mean, this is definitely doable from here.
Yeah, but the one thing it does do is it does give markshark an ultimatum. Do you want to try and win this rack, or do you want to pot it about for another 15 minutes? I mean, he's got a chance.
Obviously, you want to try to win from here. I mean, Potman just took a situation where he should have won. And the thing is even with markshark dogging it, he's still the favorite to win this game.
It's an ugly setup. He's hampered by the 8 ball.
Well, I mean, if I'm Potman, I'm going to try to run my reds and shoot a bank on the 8. That's my plan right now because there's not going to be that easy a way to break this out. If you happen to land on something where it's like, gee, this is a possibility, maybe, but all he needs to do is roll this 1 ball in the corner. He's trying to play some sort of safety here. This is a big mistake because it's too hard a shot. He's probably going to sell out.
Well, he's got it.
Well, he did get it. That was actually well played.
But this is a big target. I mean, you should never be missing a yellow here. He's got a big target.
No, it's near impossible to miss this. I mean, I'm sure it can be done going in between them, but he's probably going to win from here.
And I would just be hitting this sort of dead weight just to get there, like that. I mean, that's fine. Because it's.
Well, I would have been playing to make that and win.
Yeah, he's got the hit.
Yeah, but that's because he could get locked up worse. I mean, he got in a situation where the lockup wasn't a strong lockup, and he had a chance to win right there, make that and run out. Because now, maybe Potman makes these balls and banks in and wins, or maybe Potman locks him up where he's going to give up a free ball, and if he gives up a free ball, he's probably going to lose this match.
No, I still think that it's that top corner area is still a big target to hit. Potman would really need to nail him.
Not if you're locked on the back of one of these reds.
Yeah, you need to nail him.
I'd stun this one red and try to lock him right on the back of this other one.
Exactly, you could nail him right now.
because if you don't get a lock on him and you leave him that same shot, you're probably going to lose. He should have lost the last time. He's trying to make that ball. Well, he's good enough where this is not going to be. Well, he's got behind the 8-ball. He didn't get him locked. This is actually even a better shot because
this might kick in. I think he'll kick this in.
Yeah, well, he's gonna.
Oh no,
he hit it terrible.
He hit it too thick.
Yeah,
I think he wanted a wee bit of right on that to try and get it. As soon as it hit the rail, maybe the spin would have skimmed the yellow more.
You needed to hit that with a little draw and a little left, get the cue ball to come out off the rail quick. I mean, it was tight where that 8-ball was. All right, well, this is probably Potman's last chance.
Yeah, Cobra played earlier on. He beat Zangetsu 13-5.
If Potman's going to start try to play safe here, I predict it's a loser. He needs to try to run these.
I'd smack this red in, get around the angles, and try and bump the 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's too hard. Yeah, he's going to dick around, and he's going to lose dicking around. That's just no good.
Well, this is it.
Well, it's going to be a close match. I mean, this is markshark to get to 7-6.
And he's going to have the break next rack.
Well, Potman's doing everything he can to lose this match. I mean, he's just playing way too conservative. Like you said earlier, Hugh, he needs to stop dicking around and play more aggressively.
You've got to, you see the table as it is and you go for it. There's times you can't keep reeling it in. You've got to be going for the win.
Well, he cinched his position, which was a little risky, but he made the ball. All right, here we go. 7-6 with markshark breaking. This is getting exciting.
Now, what ball is he hitting? Second ball.
Yeah, he's second ball.
Oh, dear.
All right, I'm going to go grab a coffee and a cookie, and I'll be right back.
Right, well. So Potman has his free shot. And... well, if he was going to go for yellows, he's obviously got a problem with yellow next to the 8-ball. If he's going for the reds, he's got a lot of problems with the reds.
Yep.
So he's bumping the red onto the rail. I think he is bumping the red onto the rail to push it down nearer the pocket. Or, I mean, I can't work out what he's doing now, but I thought he was maybe plumping for the yellows, but he's looking as if he's playing a red. Which, again, he's still not obviously decided it's his free shot, but... well, he's committed now. Well, no, he's not, because that ball's... and it's still the free shot, though, wasn't it? Yeah, so he's still got a choice. But, it's now... I don't know. I mean, that yellow's... but the fact that he hasn't moved that yellow, it doesn't need to move, because now this pocket's opened, I think. It's opened down the rail for that yellow. But he's not... I don't think he's got a cut in that yellow. He will nudge into the other one, push it towards the other corner pocket. I think that's why I'd be going for the yellows, because the reds are still difficult at this end of the table.
Yes, they are.
And I wouldn't have taken that yellow into the side. I would have taken the one that was the cutback, that one, and that way I'm nudging into that one. I'll be unlucky not to have a shot into that pocket. And where's he going off this one? Is he playing to run into them?
Looks like he's going to have a shot. Well, it's very touchy.
Right, well, that's not bad. Now, again, the danger here, of course, is if he pots that one to try and just come in here somewhere to get one of these out of the way, it could be blocked out on them. But he's still got that yellow there to play, although he wouldn't have a pocket for it to go in. He's gone the other side.
Looks like he needs to shoot the one closer to the pocket first and just come off the rail and get right back where he's at now.
This is a no-brainer. He's got to cut that one, I think. Now that he's on it,
yeah, that'll work.
He must cut that one because he's never going to get any better than this on it. It's just a little dink and hit that other yellow. He's going to push it to the rail, but if he then pots that one, he's surely got to be on that one.
Yep.
Well, he's gone closer to it than planned. So now the little nudge along the rail. Now, how far does the cue ball go up the table? I think he'd be struggling to still have a sight in this yellow. Yeah, the cue ball's leaking away too far. Unless he hits this hard.
What I tell people, if you're not 100% sure you can make that shot, get position, play the safety.
Right, you see, the problem with that is the cue ball's always leaking away. Now, you can still cut the other one. The danger here is he's messing with the 8 ball. I think he's brushing that 8 ball, and he could be really unlucky and brush it in.
He could have shot a safety off of that one he was closest to, just bumped it up there and touched the rail, left it right behind that red one on the rail there, and Mark wouldn't have had very much of a shot.
I'll tell you something else, Rob. He's not going to have a shot in his last yellow if he cuts this yellow and pots it.
No, he's not.
Well, why not? Why not just kick off the rail and kick the yellow and at least get it to a rail? If he leaves the cue ball down there somewhere, he's not going to leave much on. That'll do.
Pretty much the same position I was talking about when he had when he cut that ball. He got the pocket covered.
Now, well, the angle's there to draw off this red and bump the rail and spin it into that red that's nearest to 2 yellows and try and get it in play. And that's what he's done. Although it's not really, well, at least there is a chance of getting it to a hole, but not a great chance, but it's a wee bit better than what it was.
Yeah, he can get to that. I mean, he may not be able to get to it right away, but he can get to that. I mean, he could get to it. You shoot this red in the corner and come across the long rail and back across. He's not doing that. I mean, guys, I know guys don't like balls that are close together, but he had a chance to get to it there because this is tricky. I mean, it's not just one ball he has to get to, it's 2. I'm assuming he's going to go, well.
Oh, dear.
Ouch. Well, he's going to need a little luck here.
Well, let's have a look. I think he needs to go. Yeah, I think he needed to go a bit wider. And
holy hooks, Batman!
I think he didn't pick the line. He picked a line there. The line was more that angle. He had to get it a wider angle than what he took. So Potman gets a gift to relieve the nerves.
Well, there's been a lot of gifting between these two. I think they like each other. They both have each other on their Christmas card lists.
Oh, yeah. So, Potman back to a 2-rack gap. And remember, it's only a race to 11 on the 1-loss side. And 3 balls have gone in.
Yeah, phenomenal break.
Now,
I think you almost have to take the yellows there.
now that yellow into the side, well, yeah, you get rid of that now because that's you sitting on it as good as you're ever going to be. So you get rid of it. Now, do you come
Well,
into the
the
table?
good thing about that is you can, well, it's kind of a funny angle to run it to red.
I agree with you. Go ahead and get rid of it now. It's probably as good a shape as you're ever going to
Well,
get.
Steve had the idea of trying to force it in a bit more and try and get down there and nudge that red out of the way. Get in amongst those 2 yellows that are up top.
Yeah, well, that's his problem. He's going to have to go down there and deal with it eventually.
He's not got a good angle on this one that he's looking at. That's going nowhere near it.
No, and the problem is going down and playing that combo is risky because if you don't make it, you could sell out the table.
Well, can he push this yellow in and go forward and stun this firm? Can he get there? I don't think he can. I don't think he's got enough angle. Well, he wasn't playing anything like that at all. It's
combo time.
Yeah, he's going to play the combo.
And that one yellow down there is a blocker on the reds because if he misses this combo, he's going to give him a great shot on this red that's on the end rail because he's going to bump that red. There's no way he can avoid it. So the only thing saving him selling outside other yellow that's blocking the red. Well, right. And now he's got yellows in front of the 8 ball. So
yeah,
this is this is an interesting game because right now I'd say that Potman may have table advantage. Mark's going to need to do some things to.
That wasn't it.
And that wasn't it because he just gave the game up.
Yeah.
Me personally, I'd be cutting this ball on the long rail, and
even you were just to get it to the hole anyway. The worst thing that'll happen is you'll leave it over the pocket.
Right, and if you hit it good, then you're out and you win.
Well, it's not good from the point of view that Markshark's now on a problem red in this bottom rail and can get rid of it, or he can bump it to the short rail and bump into the yellow and try and get pocket position for that. It depends what he feels like because he's certainly not going to run out.
That was a mistake there, not bumping the yellow. He should have bumped the yellow away from the pocket there because it cleared it for his red. I don't get that.
Well,
he's in a perfect situation to move that yellow.
He's got another chance to gain control of the pocket if he banks the red that's to the right of his cue ball and sends it back towards the general direction of that corner where the yellow is.
Yeah, if you're confident in your banks, because if you don't get it in front of that yellow, you probably lose.
Well,
but it's a huge pocket with that yellow there. I mean, making that ball is pretty easy because, if you go long, you're going to hit that yellow and it's going in. Well, he's got a chance right here to move it if he wants to. Cut this ball in and.
Yeah.
Although he may not need to move it after that, but I mean. If you think you can make that one red, you got to cut that because you're probably going to make the yellow too.
He's now looking at the bank and he's got a double kiss.
Well, the problem was the angle wasn't as good. Before he was back cutting it, he wasn't going to get a double kiss. It's funny how guys come back and shoot the shots that we see earlier, but they're usually not as good the second time around.
Now, can Potman? I think he can. He can cut that yellow onto the other one. Nudge the 8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he should win from here. I mean, nudge the 8 and
Well, again, he's played a snooker, but I mean, this is a huge target to hit. Markshark shouldn't be missing a hit in a red here.
I mean, he had a good situation to win from there. I'm not sure why. There's nothing wrong with being patient, but I'm not sure what was wrong with that situation.
Well,
there was nothing crazy about it.
Got to get to the rail.
And now he was in a full snooker.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting about that. So now Potman has to be committed. And the problem is he's still got a problem with yellow.
This is tougher than the last time.
Yeah.
The shot here is to cut that one yellow near the 8-ball and come off the rail and make the other one. Then you have that yellow that you can shoot in the other corner pocket and then get position on the one that's down there with the reds. So you thin this guy.
Thin sliver and just use the rail and a little nudge and knock the other one in. Knock the other one across the table and you'll get the opportunity to run out now. Well,
and if you don't make the cue balls up there in that corner.
Again, I haven't the foggiest idea what he's doing. And
now he'll shoot the one up in the corner where he probably should just cut this other one on the side at this point. I mean, he's already made this tough. If he shoots the one in the corner, he's going to have a very difficult shot getting a shot on this ball. So now he's probably he may play safe here. I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, he played the wrong shot again. He had a pretty much a guaranteed situation that he could only mess up by hitting that yellow too thick.
I think what you do is you cut this yellow down towards the other one. Excuse me. Just cut it down the rail to the other one. But don't take 20 minutes to make up your mind to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to just mean extended game. All you're doing is making the game longer doing that, but it might be the best play.
Yeah, the only thing that can go wrong here is he actually pots this other yellow and the cue ball goes out into the table and he's hooked on it for the reds. But you've got to push this, down amongst the other lot there.
I think I still might cut this in the side if I felt like I control the cue ball enough to get a shot. That's not a terrible play because he left his yellow out in the middle of the table. And
well, all markshark does is it just bump this second red, the one in the middle that he's direct line with, and bump it to the rail just in front of the yellow, and that's that locked up.
Or you go for it and cut this ball left in the corner. See, he cut the ball left in the corner, but he didn't go for it. You hit that with some speed, you make it, and, you're going to move balls, potentially make the yellow. But, you got to decide when you're going to go for it or not. He didn't go for it, and he's going to lose the game because he didn't go for it because that wasn't a good shot.
Yeah, it's actually forced Potman into playing this now because he couldn't see the other one. But it's losing the rack.
Yes, he should win from here. Yeah, both these guys have gotten in this mode where they're playing really conservative and nobody wants to go for it. When there's good opportunities. Oh, he came up way short on this. He needed to hit that harder.
Well,
that's just way short.
Reverse bank. Thin cut.
You can cut this. It's pretty thin. I mean, the thing is that there's no excuse for coming up short on that. You play that in the side pocket and make sure you roll it far enough down. And Potman's just trying to figure out how to lose this game again.
Well. That's getting one of them.
Yeah, that shot was near impossible to get a snooker on.
Well, don't scratch the side pocket is the order of the day here.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He should go a little high of it. This cue ball's light. It'll go high.
I mean, does you want to run into this 8-ball? No, you're just hitting that plain ball. Sensible thing to do. Now,
Yep.
he's got to get really nice on this 8. So
he just needs to go forward, and you got to put more top on this than you think, or it comes straight across. He's coming straight across, and that's fine. All right, well, here we go again. I mean, markshark is hanging in there, a lot of it because Potman just keeps giving him opportunities in games that he should have lost.
You had the phrase right earlier on, Steve, dicking around.
Yeah.
Cue ball.
There's nothing wrong with playing safeties, but you know the what you got to look at is which shot gives me the best chance of winning. Sometimes it's shooting a shot, even if it's hard. Sometimes it's shooting a safety, even if it's hard. But I think they're kind of getting in a mindset of, I'm not going to give up anything. I'm gonna move and move and move, and they're passing up opportunities to win that eventually costs them the game.
Well, look at this 8-ball. I mean, this 8-ball's going nowhere other than in the pocket. Now, what happens? Now, here's a question for semi-pro. What happens if you have a free shot and the 8-ball's hanging over the pocket? Can you pot the 8-ball so it's respotted, or is it a foul? That's my question. That's a rule I don't know.
Isn't that a loss of game?
Or is it automatic loss of game if you pot it with a free shot?
I think so.
Hmm.
I don't think you're allowed to pot the 8-ball. I think anytime you pot it when it's not on, it's loss of game.
Right. But I would have thought in that situation you know, this is an argument about the rules again. In that situation with the 8-ball dangerously close to the pocket, then you should be allowed to pot it with a free shot, and then it gets respotted in the head the head ball.
I'll be right back. I gotta attend to a critter. Hang on.
I agree, Hugh. I think that's the way it should be ruled too. It is a free shot.
I hope Steve's not talking about the wife, by the way.
Oh, you ain't right.
Oh, it is. It's lost the game. Right. Yeah, well, there's a rule that they need to adapt in that situation where the 8-ball's over the pocket and you want to get it back into play, so to speak. But then again, pros would avoid the 8-ball at all costs anyway. markshark just said he thought the table was open.
But in definition of a free shot, that shouldn't apply to the 8-ball. It is a free shot.
Yeah. Well, markshark's failed there because he's not looked at the HUD. And he thought it was an open table, so he's just hit Potman's yellow. I mean, we've seen people play free shots. We've seen a match, I can't remember what match it was, but one of the guys played a free shot where he rolled towards one of the balls and he didn't get it to a rail in the free shot. Because I don't think he realised that you still have to get a ball to a rail in a free shot. Well, why Potman didn't tell you markshark is because Potman's only got a 1 rack lead, that's why. Well, the black ball gets spotted in the head spot of the rack. You know, like it would in straight pull or something like that. If it was the last ball, it would just get straight pull gets spotted in the head string. But it could get spotted at the head of the pack if the area was clear. I don't know. I think we're causing more arguments. Forget I ever suggested it. we don't want to go down that route. And thank God Larry's not here because Larry would be moaning about the rules. Well, markshark's now realises he's on the reds. He's got 2 problem reds, the one above the 2 yellows and the one that's covering or blocked by the 8 ball.
Look at that. Somebody made a bank shot. I like that, seeing guys shoot banks.
You didn't hear what I said there, Steve, when you left the mic. When you said I've got to go to attend to a critter, I said to the guys, I hope he's not talking to the wife.
No. You don't want to call the wife a critter, not unless you value your
kneecaps.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this match has been interesting because these guys have both tried to move a lot, more than they should have. But, it's kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, so it's kind of nice to see.
Yeah, well, you missed a fail by markshark, though. Right at the beginning of the rack here, markshark came to the table, rolled onto a yellow, and didn't realise that the table wasn't open, and promptly gave a free shot to Potman.
Well, hasn't hurt him too bad. I mean, obviously, at this point, he could lose from here. I mean, if he makes this combo, the question is, where's that yellow going he's comboing with? And he needs to hit this not too hard and keep it in front of the pocket. That probably wasn't a bad choice, making sure that he kept the balls there, because
well, the first thing
he's still the favorite from here.
Yeah, the first thing I'd be doing is just making sure that red doesn't go in, and buy myself some time.
Yeah, that's what he did.
And now he just has to start manoeuvring these reds into the table, and that's the top priority.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're Potman and you start screwing around, I'll tell you what, a good bank shot or two here, and Potman can lose. And this table is not as hard to bank on as everybody thinks. The ball will go in the pocket.
Potman sending us downtown. No. Well,
that's a good play.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason he shouldn't have shot it down into the corner either. But at least he's got a pocket.
Well, markshark, he can bank this red right now, and I would, because he's not going to be able to make it with the 8 and the yellow down there. He might as well just bank the red onto this other one.
Yeah, bank it up table, because the fact that he's trying to improve one of these reds here is pointless, because he's leaving the table wide open for Potman. He wants to...
Exactly. He needs to be aggressive here, because Potman's just going to run out and win.
Well, he doesn't want to do this.
No, he has a big pocket if he banks this with that ball there. It's going to be near impossible to miss it. He needs to bank the red that's by the 8. And, if he hits this right, he can move over and bump this one red on the long rail. If you hit that bank with right English and a little top, the natural line is towards this ball that's over on the side rail.
I mean, this red is comfortably off the rail. It's a good bank.
Well, these guys are consistent. He has a chance to win, and instead he shoves a few balls around. But the problem with doing that is it's not productive, because he doesn't have the table position. He's not going to win doing that. He had a shot right there that he could have won the game. Instead, he's just making this a slow death for himself.
Yeah, Potman's got... Well, I thought he'd get the cut there, because look at where the cue ball's finished. He would have been able to... I think he would have been able to get to that yellow and cut it. I think he would have. Yeah. It's tight.
Now all Mark's going to do is shove balls around again in a way that's not going to be very productive.
Well, why not? What's the angle like in the one on the side? No, it's too straight. I was thinking, why not bang that one into the side and run the cue ball around?
Well, he had the chance last time he was at the table to win the game, and he didn't take it. If I'm Potman, I'm just rolling this up, bump that yellow out, and put the cue ball right on top of that red.
Mm-hmm.
And markshark's got nothing, and he gets his ball out of there.
Again, it's so obvious. He's played a billiard.
Well, he played it. You see,
I mean,
he plays a little more aggressive, but that's the wrong shot. I mean, because now what's he got?
Well,
if he's got to play that shot, which, okay, fine. You decide you're going to play that shot, hit it with some speed so you can get the balls out of there.
He can't see the one in the side. He can't get to the one in the side. He's
Well,
done. He's done for.
He can play a little masse shot. I think at this point that's his best shot. Play a little masse on the ball on the side. It's not a hard masse. He's only got to move it about. He can see about the left side of the ball. So he only has to masse it about a ball, and he can make that. He decided to go the other way.
That's one way to do it. But now what does he do?
Well, now he's got problems because this is tough. He can try to play for a bank or he can try to bump it. I think with this angle, he's probably going to try to bump it because it's a pretty natural path to bump that ball. But, of course, the problem with that is he may not come up with a shot. The only good news is that one red near the 8 ball is still an issue.
Yeah, if he bumps it, if he plays this yellow and cuts it and tries to get into that yellow on the side, he might just skim it and cut it down the rail towards the 8 and still not have a shot.
Well, the thing is markshark's still got the same shot he had a bajillion years ago, which is banking long rail, banking that one red onto the other. And that's a good shot because
he can't do it.
It's a huge pocket. Well, he can't do it now, but he can just shoot this one red down in the corner, and then he can do it.
Yeah, but will he do it though?
I don't know, but we've seen him shoot bank shots. He hit that other one pretty good. It's not a hard shot.
Well, there it is. He's sitting plumb on this for the bank.
Yeah. Let's see if he recognizes it this time. This is a shot he should have shot 3 or 4 turns ago.
Yeah, look at it. Look at the margin of error he had. Now the game is his.
It's a simple, easy shot. I can't believe he passed it up before. Instead, he makes the game take 7 or 8 minutes longer because they're both sitting here dicking around.
Just dink it in. This just needs to be feathered in. Nice angle on the red. Nothing to do with the cue ball. And we've got a tied ball game, folks. Am I jumping the gun here? Well, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to mess up from here, wouldn't it?
There we go. Oh, this is what we want. It's not the best of quality, but this is what makes it enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, it's exciting. Oh, I'll tell you what. I've watched B-level pool players play for like $10,000. That's a lot of fun because the pros, they're just going to run out almost every time. But the B-level players, they're liable to do anything, so it makes it fun to watch.
Well, Potman on his break has got a couple. He's actually got a 3-pack on the reds, and he's got a problem red if he was going to take it, and he's got a problem yellow as well. So it doesn't matter what he chooses here, I don't think. Apart from the fact he's got a problem yellow next to the 8 ball as well that he can get to.
Well, he may be able to solve this. Yeah, the problem there was that was a tricky shot. You had to put a lot of top on that because the cue ball was so light. He tried to solve it there, but he had to get on the other side of that yellow.
Yeah.
And he failed to do that. You can go higher on this cue ball than you think without miscuing. Same thing in real life. You can go higher on the cue ball than you realize. Because part of it's an optical illusion. Where when you look at your Q-tip on the ball, it tends to look lower than it is.
I'd be nudging these 2 yellows and just run into the rail. That's what I'd have been doing there, just to get those 2 yellows into play. There was no reason not to. And now he's a mile away from them. Why didn't he just nudge the 2 yellows, send the cue ball down there somewhere, and leave Potman nothing much?
Yeah, probably because he hasn't played a lot of 8 ball.
I mean,
Because,
these racks are getting protracted. There's better players in the tournament are far more aggressive, and we're not talking about stub aggression. We're talking about proactive aggression to get things done. I mean, those 2 yellows. How do you get to them now? That's the question I'm asking.
That's the best thing you can do is miss that ball.
Yeah.
But that's been the modus operandus every rack is do the wrong things, then do something like this, which I'm not saying in this instant that was a bad play, but then we get in this mode where we shove balls around and then nobody wants to be aggressive when being aggressive is the right move. It's been the same pattern every game with these guys. Yeah, I'm not sure why you would want to make that. What good did that just do him?
Well, markshark is maybe not going to have to do anything with these 2 yellows because Potman is going to be limited for choice here.
Yeah, Potman is
banking
fixing
the red.
to. That's a Southern saying. Potman's fixing to give him this game, is what's happening here. I mean, I don't know why he shot the last red in. That did him no good.
Right. Well, how about?
The only good thing about that shot is he's got balls on both ends of the table. That's the only good thing.
Look at that yellow.
Well, he can move these right now. Yeah, see, even with the corner there, I would have played that thin on the right side. Because even if the corner kicks it and it kicks off the rails, it's still going to hit the yellows. I mean, I don't get the shot he just tried to shoot. That's a very difficult shot.
Oh. Potman's just going to bump the red onto the rail and bump the yellow out of the way.
Yeah, well, here we go dinking balls around again. I mean, these guys... I hope they don't think this is the best way to play this game.
When did this match start? 5 o'clock. And we are 2 hours and 20 minutes into this.
Yeah, in a race to 11.
Now Potman is in trouble because now he still doesn't want to move that red up table, and he's not got much option of what he's going to be able to do with this red over the corner.
Well, I mean, all he has to do is roll onto this yellow at the end of the table and hook him, and then he's going to have to play his red in the corner.
Exactly.
The yellow on the right-hand side, just roll it that gently and bump it, and Potman's going to have to make his red. And he's not doing that, but it's easy to recognize the situation as you force him to make that ball.
See, he's now given Potman a sight in his red. He'll just roll to it or something.
Oh, I roll to it. Bank this thing in and win. I mean, that's probably a winning shot. You bank it in, it's pretty easy to make the other red and move the 8-ball over. I mean, you're not guaranteed a shot on it. I'd shoot this thing right now because he's not going to lose from here where that yellow and red are.
Mm-hmm.
Bank the red right now. I mean, you're going to get it out of there, and markshark isn't going to win from here if you miss it.
Well, again, where you have to think ahead is if you bank this this red, and it goes in, then the chances are you're going to have some sort of angle that you can work with off this cut in the corner to nudge the yellow and the 8-ball and go for the game.
Yeah. So he didn't hit it very good, and look how it comes out. I mean, he's a clear favorite to win here. Now, if you're markshark, you got to shoot this yellow in the corner and with a lot of drawn English and come down here and try to make the red, move your yellow. Mm-hmm. I would be trying to move the yellow more than trying to make the red.
I think it's. I think this is too thin. This yellow.
No, you can. If you put a lot of draw and a lot of English on it, you can get over there. But he put not very much draw and almost no English on it, and that was a shot you had to hit pretty extreme on the cue ball. But yeah, it would have gone down there.
Well, all you do now is just kick into the 2 yellows from the short rail, and drop behind it and hope you get a free shot. That's the shot I'd be playing. I'd be leaving the 8-ball as it is at the moment and just kicking into these 2 yellows, into the one in the rail. Chances are I'm leaving Potman hooked. I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah, he's doing the same. These guys are both stuck on the same strategy, which really all it does is make for long games. It doesn't win you games. So if you're Potman here, you got to decide how you want to play this, because it's a little tricky getting position. You can make that yellow right there, but I don't think you can get position, because I think if you hit it hard enough to try to draw back, it's going to rattle in the corner. You could roll up on it just like that.
Now that's got
that's got game winner written all over it. That was a good shot.
Once again, though, this is a big target to hit, but I think it's just before the middle pocket here. I don't know where he's looking, but I think he's still got to go for just before the middle pocket to come around and hit these.
Yeah, it's guaranteed just before the middle pocket you're going to hit something. If you come a little short, you're still going to hit something. I'm not sure what he's doing here. He definitely has a clear look at that spot. There's nothing blocking that.
I mean, this is just you play this so you're rolling up to the 2 yellows, and obviously you still got to hit a rail, but...
Well, the problem here with that side of it is it's going to want to go long, so you either have to hit it with some draw a little left, or you have to do what he just did, but he didn't hit it. Well, he didn't have to hit it hard. This is a full snooker.
Yeah, but Potman now has a cut in this red. Oh, mind you, look at where he's left, though. He's right over the yellow.
This is no easy from here. I think Potman's going to have to duck. I don't think he can try to run out from here.
Yeah, I didn't see he was finishing right on top of the yellow. This is not nice.
No, I think he just wants to shove this down to the pocket. Well, he shoved it to the other pocket. Oh, that's a game loser he just played.
Yeah.
Well, he's screwed. His only shot here is try to cut that red to the right of the yellow and just miss the yellow and have it hit the corner and hang in front of that yellow. That's the only shot he's got.
Yeah, he's got room to do that as well. It's thin.
I mean, he could back up bank this, but in the side, but that's just crazy. So I think he's got to hit that thin shot and try to hit the right corner and get in front of that pocket. Boy, that was a terrible shot he shot there. He should have just shoved that ball down in front of the other corner pocket instead of trying to bank it across.
Well, I did say before this match, or when this match was coming up, that both of them would be making plenty of mistakes.
You are more than right about that. Now, see, he didn't do that, and I think that's going to cost him the game. Because...
yeah, I think... now, what would you do here? You don't want to leave... You want to leave this as the last yellow and drop right through onto the 8-ball. As long as, you've got to be right in the rail to play it good, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little tricky. I might go up table and leave this one. I think the biggest problem going up table is you're kind of hampered by that red.
Oh, dear.
You got to understand that you're going to hit that red and where it's going. You got to hit that so that you don't do that.
Well, you've got to hit it harder to bump the red well out of the way.
That's just... But, again, that's what happens. I mean, he doesn't play this game. His brain's going full speed trying to figure out what to do. And what happens when that's going on is that, you miss something else that's obvious that you would have seen any other time.
Well, I don't think I believe in moving this yellow, Steve. I'd be playing the other one that's in the middle of the table, because you don't want to leave Potman in the bank. He's opening this pocket here for the bank.
I'd probably be trying to snooker him on that rail, on the ball on the rail. Hit the one near the end rail with right English and spin the cue ball over and try to hook him and get a free shot out of it. Well, because you can't sell out there very easily.
Well, he's calling Potman's bluff here. If markshark just plays, he's playing the pot.
See, that makes no sense.
Well,
he should have played safe and tried to get a free ball.
I presume he's going for the bank. No, he's doing that. That works.
Yeah. See, he should have done that the shot before, because now he's got one less ball on the table to shoot it. It's an advantage to have more balls to shoot at in these situations towards the end of the game.
Well, this could be markshark potentially going in front for the first time in the match. And that is unlucky. I mean, he all but grazed that red. And the worst thing's happened is he's opened it up, and markshark would have had to open it up. But
well, I'll tell you what, he makes that hit clean, and then markshark's in trouble because he wasn't going to have a shot. And, I mean, that was a shot Potman could have won on, or what happened is he lost on it.
Now, the thing about this is, now that even though he's got the free shot, he can't really be nudging the 8-ball, because he would have to get back up the table and go on the yellow, so he's got to go full-blooded for it. Now, he wants to run into this red if he can.
No, I would just stay high. I would
or play it safe.
Play high.
No, he's not going to get there.
Well, I would have played it so it went over on a long rail, like maybe a diamond down from the side pocket. I mean,
see, I think if he played it and ran down, and let's say he overhit it and he missed the red, he would still finish up here with the middle pocket of a cut. He's got it. Where's the cue ball going though? Oh!
Boy, this match couldn't get any more crazy.
Oh, good evening to Bedhead.
He could have played down in between the 8 and the red, which would have been fine too. Drawn it and flatten the angle out and come between them. Because you're right, even if he overhit it, as long as he stayed on the right side of the red, he was going to be fine.
Bedhead, you're lucky. You've missed the first 2.5 hours of this match.
When he had that free shot, couldn't he just get behind the yellow and roll it down there and maybe bump the side rail over there and let the get over the pocket and then turn around and shoot it straight in and just roll down there behind the 8?
Yeah, he could have moved the yellow down table. I mean, I didn't think he needed to. I thought the situation was pretty simple, but, it depends on, how well you move the cue ball and how confident you are. If you're going to have problems, then it's probably better to do what you're saying.
In that situation, having to spin and allow to get between them balls, I think I'd have rather taken my chance just rolling the yellow ball down there to the other end.
Well, I'm making a statement now. This is going to be the longest one loss side match in the whole of this tournament. There's not going to be another one come close to it.
You never change the race length or the names of who's playing.
No, because it was for the first match, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Then I would have to change all the titles, and I can't be bothered. The guys that are watching it know who's playing. The names are up in the top left-hand corner of the screen.
Oh, you can't preset that up and then just load a setup file?
I could have, but what you've got to remember, Steve, is I went to work this morning knowing there was only one match on I was going to be doing. When I got home this afternoon late, I find out there's 2, and I didn't have time. In fact, I didn't have time to change the stream name for the match that I thought was last night, which was the Larry Albinario match. I had it listed on YouTube and Twitch as the Larry Albinario match, so everything caught up with me this afternoon.
Well, I could say that would require some sort of planning, but I'm not going to because I would have probably done the same thing.
I mean, it was just I got home and you know what I had when I got home?
What was that?
What the hell's happened here? Well, he's on the 8-ball. Let's just say that.
That's not the shot you wanted on the 8-ball.
Well, that'll do it.
All right, he's made it.
Suddenly he's on the hill. And
well, that was almost the wrong kind of 2-game swing when you're about ready to get on the hill, because that's huge, being on the hill with the other guy needing 3. You need 1 and he needs 3. Versus if he would have messed that up, it would have been both 2-2.
Well, I'm going to have to watch this particular match. I'm sure was Potman 6-2 up in this match.
I believe he was.
Yeah, so he's 6-2 up, and in the last 90 minutes, he's had 2 racks, and markshark's at 8. And
I think
suddenly he's on the
markshark's
hill.
lulled him into playing that same
Yeah.
non-aggressive style, and it's just there's a time to move balls and there's a time to be aggressive, and Potman has been missing a lot of those times to be aggressive.
Look at this table. I mean, this I've seen worse tables than this. The major problem's the 8-ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, markshark just got rid of his only big problem with the reds, so now the question is what to do with the 8-ball. It does bank. He does have a bank shot if he decides he wants to go with that. He could move it right now if he wants. He can try to come in behind this and bump it out. I wouldn't just be making balls. I'd either have a plan of banking it, or I would have tried to bump it right there.
He might be going straight in red, up to the top rail, cut that one, take the other red that's up there out on the table, and then knock this red in on the side and bump the 8-ball and hope he gets lucky.
You honestly think he has a plan?
I think that's the plan. I think that's what he's doing. He's looking to cut this along the short rail, take the other one that's on the right side, leave himself an angle on the one into the side, and then bump the 8 and hope he gets lucky. Hope he gets a lucky roll. Well, he won't be doing it now.
I think the 8-ball goes up table in the corner.
You know what? I think you're right.
It's tight, but I think it can be made there.
Yeah. I'll put it this way. The angle he's got here.
Oh, this is fine. You just go 2 rails and come out. You'll have an angle on the red, and you just float onto the other side of it. If you want, you can draw this straight across the table, but I just go deep into the corner.
He's got a bit of help in left English on this.
Yeah, I'd hit it with a little left just to get it to go around the corner, but I wouldn't hit it this hard.
Needs to nudge.
He hit it way too hard.
Well, now what do you do?
Now you make this red, and then you shoot a bank into the corner.
Bank it to the corner, yeah.
I mean, that's what you've got here. Just make this red, drop back, and shoot the bank into the corner.
Do you not think he's going to do something crazy with lots of spin and try and run the cue ball somewhere like that? You know, I could read his mind. I knew he was going to do it.
Yeah, so now he doesn't even end up with a shot on the 8-ball. He doesn't have a bank. Let's see, does he have anything?
No, he hasn't got a cross bank either. You can't see the left side of the 8-ball.
Well, he can bank it. The shot, it will go down in the corner. It's super tight, but he can bank this back down in the corner. And instead, he does some crazy shot. All of a sudden, it's stub reborn the last 2 shots.
Well, at least he hit it. And Potman is under pressure. You know, it's last chance saloon for Potman.
Yeah, well, normally I would say that Potman was going to run out here, but after seeing this match, I'm not taking anything for granted. I mean, he's doing the right thing here. Hit this, go forward. Oh, what was that?
Oh, dear. Well.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Where's that fail? Where's that fail when we need it here? Oh, God. That was the shot of the match there. Oh, my God.
Or the worst shot of the match.
Rain is gone.
You're way off. I say you're way off this time, son.
Wrong picture, Hugh.
Oh, dear.
Wow, that was... All right, now this is a little touchy here. You got to decide where you're going to move this 8-ball to. I mean, you can roll it towards the side pocket. Uh-oh, markshark just lost connection.
I think markshark's so shocked by what's just happened. Well, Potman's committed the ultimate fail there. I mean, he's tried to go in behind. He hasn't hit a rail. And well, markshark, this is the only way this can be topped as the worst fail of the night. With what markshark's about to do now with his free shot to get out.
But That's the same thing. He should just tried to run out there. There was no trouble at all.
No.
You know, you
No.
try to run out, and if you get funny and it looks bad, then you play safe. There's no reason to play safe there.
Yeah, what looks bad is Potman has still got the same, he's got the same mental approach with that situation here. I'm thinking all the yellows are there, they're all on. I'm going for the run out. It's last chance saloon. I mean, why is he trying to buy time? Well, that's well done.
Yep, that's what he needed to do.
In a rover. But, oh goodness, that match just died a death for Potman. I mean, he got lost. He lost in the wilderness.
Well, I mean, the thing about failure is a great opportunity for learning something, and hopefully Potman goes back and watches this match and understands where he went wrong as far as ending up in the loss column.
Well, what does make what we should bear in mind is that there's markshark sitting there 6-2 down, and both of them contributing to the situation. It came to 6-2. It wasn't Potman was playing brilliant. It was just the way they were messing about, and then the messing about continued for the whole match. But somehow markshark managed to find his way through these messy racks and steals it off Potman.
Well, if you would have told me that when it was 6-2 that markshark was going to win this match, I wouldn't have believed you, because markshark was doing everything wrong and Potman was doing everything right. And somehow markshark convinced Potman to start playing the game he was, which was shoving balls around.
Well, I think Potman should blame you, Steve, because I seem to remember you saying that when he was 6-2 down, you said markshark's a better player than this. I've seen him play, and I mean, he didn't play a great deal better, but I think he ran a couple of racks during that spell.
He ran 2 in a row.
He got that too, and then Potman just did not change. He just kept doing the same thing, and then with that last rack there, he deserved all he got, because those balls were all there, and he's trying to duck and dive, and he hadn't the confidence to go for the kill. You just have to grab the bull by the horns, go for the scruff of the neck, and try and fight your way and stay alive. But he just sold it right down the river. So he did. Anyway, let's just catch up with what's going on in this tournament, because I'm doing my bit to catch up. What have we got here at the top of the one-loss side? We've got Stubb against Snake Eyes. That is on Tuesday afternoon at 4 p.m. I can guarantee I'll be there for that. That is going to be well worth a watch, because Snake Eyes can't be meddled with. It's going to be a good match to watch. Stubb won't change his ways, I don't think, but the winner will play Tommy, and that's another match I'll be looking forward to. Some good matches in this one-loss side. markshark, having overcome Potman, now has to face semi-pro. And now, of course, a reminder to you guys that have just joined, in case you don't know, Albinario and Larry on the winner's side in round 4 are going to go at 8 p.m. on Saturday night. That will be 3 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific Time. And on the bottom half of the draw, we have... where are we? I'm losing the plot here. We've got Cobra, who is through and waiting to play the winner of the Albinario Larry match. Now, let's have another quick look at the stats to catch up with that one. What do we want to look at here? Black ball stats. Let's look at racks run. We've got Tommy well out in front with 18 racks run. Remember, he's in the one-loss side. Semi-pro in the one-loss side. He's in 13. Cobra in 13. Snake Eyes on 11. Albinario on 10. Larry down there on 8. 8 ball shot. Tommy's at the top with 74 in terms of ball shot, but his percentage isn't as good as a lot of other guys.
Somebody was perfect, weren't they? Go back to that 8 ball shot. 8 balls made, 8 ball shot. Wasn't somebody perfect or close to it?
Semi-pro was... where are we? Semi-pro is down there in 33, and he's got 33 made.
Yeah, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's well down the list in terms, because, again, I don't think he's played as many racks as the other guys, has he yet? because he's now in the one-loss side. He's still waiting to play him. Of course, the other thing is, remember, he's now being advanced to the next round, so he's going to have another rack less, another match less, where he's going to affect his stats. What else is there? Break stats. Runouts from the break. We've got Tommy in front with 12, and Cobra in second on 10. Semi-Pro and Snake Eyes tied on 9, Albinario on 6, Markshark on 5. Well, none of them count. Who's topping the scratches in the break? Well, it's Potman well out in front. Well, by one ball. But look at that. The two guys that dicked around for 2.5 hours, the two of them are at the top in the break fill. At least
that's funny.
1 and 2. And look at who's third. There he is. They've stole Stubbs' thunder there by knocking him down into third place. And so that is it. Well, that's been torture and it's been enjoyable. It's one of those strange matches where it was annoying watching the daft things that was going on, but it was good because it was good viewing. It went almost all the way, but the big finale was Potman's finish. That was a classic. So it was.
Yeah.
You can't.
You could put for that. He's the poster boy for that fail video after that one.
That was beautiful. Right then, so thank you to all my viewers. Thanks for watching. Remember, if you miss any matches during the week, get them on YouTube. They will be up there. Thanks to Steve for joining us. Thanks to Rob. Both of these guys. Steve's got a dodgy cough. Rob's voice is going elsewhere. And I just hope it doesn't transfer down the microphones on Discord and I get it next.
Yeah, so, I hope not either.
Take care, guys. Stay safe. And we'll see you again soon. And I'll bid you good night. And I'm off to watch the snooker before I go to bed.
All right. Good night, guys.
See you later.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else. You're way off. I say you're way off this time, son.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious.